A little tight, but we all in here. I think you can close the door. We should begin with an invocation of some sort. Asking the God of the universe and all of the men and women who have realized the secret of love to bless our gathering today. So if you will indulge me for a moment. May the Lord of the universe, who has been called by 10,000 names, grant us the grace and the energy to engage in our pursuit of the truth. May we also be the beneficiaries of the love and support and grace of all of those great realizers who has gone before us. May this grace be showered upon us abundantly today, so that our minds will be clear and our intellects sharp, so that we may penetrate that which is impenetrable. And in our pursuit of truth here today, may our frank speech and honest responses not wound or hurt one another. May God grant us the love that the pursuit of truth always requires, and that we may go away from here today without any hate or animosity for one another. I think since the topic we will be dealing with today, the egoic basis for conflict in human relationships, is a kind of workshop that is really purposed to enable us, one and all, to become more capable of love, finding the love that we are all in search of. And remember, that's what everybody on the planet is up to. Now, you may be up to it this way or that way, but fundamentally, the human's dilemma is our failure to find the love that we are seeking. So we'll be talking about many things today, but don't forget that it's all and always about this one thing, love, and overcoming the conflict that functions as a barrier to the experience of love. So I think that we will let Rumi set the pace, and listen to a few words about this whole search for love. Most of us are amateurs at it. That's why you haven't found it yet, you see? So when you are an amateur at something, you should seek the advice of someone who knows all about love. And Rumi was such a mystic poet. All right, Swaraji.
Free as the wind. like to try to bring some more seats in.
So we're small today, and that's good because we can achieve a certain degree of intimacy that simply is not possible when you're dealing in a large group. We will be interactive, we will be informal. We will take a break at noon so that you can grab a bite to eat or use the washrooms and so forth and so on. So just relax and let's begin this examination into the fundamental ground and source of all our problems in human relationship. And let me add that ego, and we're going to be talking about ego because ego is the source and the ground of all problems that we have as human beings. Every problem that you have, problems in any area of life, especially within the context of your relationship with other human beings, is grounded in the ego. So we cannot talk intelligently about the resolution of conflict and problems in human relationships without necessarily talking about the ground from which all of these problems are arising in the first place. Do that make sense to you? So we're going to take our time today and try to leave here with some insights into it, because your opportunity to have love in your life is such a great thing that you should do everything to make sure that you don't die and leave this lifetime without ever having the experience of love. And that is usually the destiny and the outcome of the average human being. So, we're going to be talking about the egoic basis of suffering, and particularly the egoic basis of the suffering that we experience within the context of human relationship. Suffering, dukkha, as the Buddhists call it. Now, in order to really appreciate this workshop today, I need to probably, for those who have not had the opportunity to hear my arguments on ego, to get a sense of what I mean by ego, and more importantly, to get some kind of sense of your own ego. Once you have some kind of intuition and sense of your own ego, then I think you will be able to appreciate why all of the saints and mystics have said unequivocally across all time and space that the one problem any human being has is their ego. Your enemy is not the other. Your enemy is yourself. Your enemy is your ego. John Paul Sartre said that the other is hell, but I'm here to tell you that you are hell. You are your own hell. You are the cause of your own suffering. Please make a note. And this must be radically understood, because until you have understood that, you will always be presuming that the other is the source of your suffering, your misery, your unhappiness, your lack of fulfillment. And then you will simply piss away your entire lifetime trying to manipulate and control the other. And then you will die, having never tasted one moment of love. There will be no ekarasa, no joy of life for you. So you must have a beginning sense and appreciation of what this ego is all about, and more particularly the nature of your own ego. Hmm? Now, to get a sense of the nature of your own ego, I want you to consider for a moment with us, what is the self that you want others to experience? Take this very seriously. What is the self that you want others to experience in their relationship with you? Have you ever thought about it? You have a sense of self. You have a concept of self, a concept of yourself that you want other people to have the experience of whenever they are in relationship with you. Let us examine that self. Because ego, by definition, is defined as the false sense of self. This is a kind of psychological definition of what ego is. The ego is the false sense of self. But nevertheless, it is still that sense of self that you want others to experience within the context of their relationship with you. So pause for a moment and make a list of all of the qualities and characteristics of that self that you want other people to have the experience of within the context of their relationship with you. If you don't have pens and pencils, then kind of
on the table.
There's some on the table. All right. But in any case, think about it. The ego is who you think you are. Who do you think you are? Because that's who you want other people to have the experience of. It's who you think you are, but who do you think you are? And more importantly, are you really who you think you are? Now, what are some of the general features and characteristics that most of us have in terms of the nature of this self that we want others to experience? Let's just sort of generalize it for a moment. What are some of the qualities and aspects? What came on your list, Tawanda? Okay, how many people in the room put kind on their list? Right? That you are a very kind and I presume compassionate person? There you go.
Pride, intelligence.
What else goes on the list? Intelligence. Yeah, I'm very intelligent. Never knowing what intelligence is. But you mean you're very intellectual, not intelligent. And the difference between the two is vast. Those of you who have done some preliminary consideration along this line know that I point out that intellect is simply the mere accumulation of information. That's it. The ability to label, name and label things. Intelligence is the ability to discern the distinction between what is true and what is false. That's intelligence. Intelligence is the ability to discern that which is real from that which is false. Intelligence is the ability to discern what is important and what is pure bullshit. Are you with me? So if you have found yourself devoting a great deal of your life, time, and energy to the pursuit of bullshit, then you know for certain you're not intelligent. Nevertheless, let's grant you your right to presume otherwise. What else goes on the general list? Because you'll begin to notice that almost all egos are the same. It's interesting because ego is a cultural phenomenon. Make a note. Your ego is something that is manufactured by your culture, by your environment. It is also influenced by your sex, your race, so forth and so on. You see? It is purely a social phenomena, and because it is purely a social phenomena, that's what gives it this kind of a general and universal construction. So we're looking at the construct of your own sense of self, your own ego. What else do you normally find on people's list of their qualities, characters, heuristics? Honest, right? Sure. I'm very honest. Remember, what is the self you want others to have the experience of? We're not going to talk about the shadow yet. We're going to get there. First, we want to talk about the self that you present in your interaction with others, the self that you want other people to have the experience of. Because that's what you're up to. That's what you're up to. 24/7. Whether awake or asleep, you are constant and always committed to trying to have others experience you the way you think you are. That you're honest. Yes, you're honest. When there's nothing that risky. Is that about right? But when there's some stuff at risk, that honesty goes through the window, doesn't it? That's right. It's compromise, right? You make a value judgment in that instance, right? But you, like for others to experience you as being an honest, upright, honorable individual. That you are nice. Nice. There you go. Here we go. Loving, right? Responsible. These are the qualities and characteristics of character. Right? Responsible. What else? Dependable. Yeah, dependable. Right? Are you getting an idea? What's important, though, is you must identify the contents of your own ego construct. You must get very familiar with that. Know that like you know your Social Security number. You see, this is the beginning of wisdom. You must know thyself. And since you are where you are at, you must know this egoic self first. You'll never know the true self until you have fully understood the false self. Please make a note of that. There's never any such thing as the discovery of your true nature and your higher self and your divine self without first knowing your false self. How will you do that? So you must know yourself, this ego self, and see what you're up to. You must find out what you're up to.
When you're under stress, challenges, that's when the true self comes out.
Well, more of the ego self will come out. We're going to get to that first, but I'm trying to systematically approach this subject because there is a self that you want other people to respond to. And this is the self that we count on in order to recruit other people interest and attention in us. Please make a note of that. You follow me? You have a way of presenting yourself, right, that is purposed to recruit other people attention and interest in you, to give yourself the experience of being what? Love. There you go. So I want you to see how you're going about your project of trying to be loved, right? Because if your very strategy, if the stuff that you're working with itself is made out of bullshit, it's not going to result in the experience of real love. Are you with me?
Yes.
Are you all following me? Yes, sir. Right? Because you got to take finding love seriously. You got to be serious about it, or made to become serious about it. Otherwise, you'll piss away your entire lifetime playing games with yourself. And that's what you've been doing, playing games with yourself. So hear me, and hear me clearly. You must truly engage in this ordeal and process of identifying all of those characteristics and qualities that you have arrogated to yourself and constructed the ego out of for the express purpose of recruiting other people's interest and attention in you for the sake of your having the experience of being loved. Let's round it off and give it a even 10, but when you do the work, you'll find perhaps even more. Who can give me another?
Trustworthy.
Trustworthy. That's sort of like honest, right?
Oh, okay.
Trustworthy. That you can be trustworthy. That you can be trusted. You can hold confidence. Now, you know, women, y'all should definitely not have that on y'all, right? Right? Oh, God. Started already, right? If you are prone to gossip, then you know this ain't true, right? Right. What else? Number 10. These are the top 10 things that you will find on everybody's ego list.
How about asset, that you're an asset to someone?
A benefit, a blessing, an asset, a help. All right, you're a blessing. You'll be blessed if you hook up with me, right? How many of us have heard that one, right? Well, you get the idea, right? There is a sense of self. This is your operational self. This is the self that is operating on a day-to-day basis within the context of all your human relationships. And this operational self is based on the self that you want others to experience. It is the self that you think you are. Okay? And remember, that is the self that we present in our social interaction because, again, in our social interactions with one another, we are always seeking to be loved by others. Make a note, you are always, at all times, under all circumstances, simply seeking to be loved by others, and in order to achieve that, you present this self. Yes, beloved.
Well, what about just not necessarily love, at least respected?
Same, yeah. Respected.
Like in business interaction?
Sure, you want to be respected. So part of yourself, your ego construct would be that I'm a respectable person, I'm an honorable person, so you'll try to present that. But you're not going to ask people to respect you if you don't have no basis for their respect. So you're going to invent something to present to them, to convince them that you're worthy of their respect. And because respect is a kind of content of the experience of being loved. Because if a person doesn't respect you, they can't get to loving you. Is that about right? I mean, you discount that. Is that about right? Now, here's also something that is interesting. Whenever a person fails to respond to you in a way that is consistent with who you think you are, then the outcome of that interaction will be conflict. That is what makes conflict occur in our relationship. Whenever you are in relationship with fails to respond and react to you in a way that is consistent with your ego construct, you feel threatened, wounded. You feel diminished. You feel that somehow you are lesser as a person. And your behavior and your response will be always dedicated to rebooting your ego. Are you with me? Anger is a means of rebooting your ego, right? So I'm thinking that I'm all of this in a bag of chips, right? But you're not having that experience. You're not demonstrating that you're having that experience, right? So I got to find something wrong with your ass. Is that about right? That rhymes crazy. You know what I mean? That's my way of rebooting. So anger, blaming is one of the principal means. Blaming is one of the principal means by which we reboot our false sense of self. blame. And you can look at a lot of relationship, and what you'll see that most of the communication is really a communication of blaming one another. You see, when you are talking to one another, it's most about blaming. You see my point? Trying to reboot and maintain and perpetuate across all time and space this person that you think you are. And I'm going to be hammering this at. Because that's who you think you are. It's a construct. It is just something that you have invented. It's stuff that you have made up, right? It is your arrogating to yourself all of these qualities and features, you see, for the express purpose of recruiting other people's interest and attention in you. And it is mostly made up of propaganda. Make a note. There is no demonstration that I'm compassionate. It is the claim that I am compassionate. And you want them to fall for that shit. That's the claim. Is that about right? So on the basis of my egoic-based propaganda, respond to me as if my propaganda is true. And when the person that you're in relationship with fail to respond to you as if your propaganda about your egoic-based concept of who you are is true, you feel diminished, offended, you are insulted, and then you will resort to some form of negative behavior to reboot your ego. Are you following me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
To be sure.
Say it one more time.
Now here's what's interesting.
She said she just wanna.
One, if you will notice it, that this rebooting activity that you see going on in your relationship with others is not casual. This rebooting is engaged as a matter of life and death. You ain't playing. Your rebooting is serious, right? It's serious, right? You'll find, for instance, in domestic violence situations, and let's say the man ego construct his image of himself as the man, right, that he's inherited from his culture and all of that stuff, right, is not validated by the woman that he's in relationship with, right? When he feels diminished in his manhood or whatever, right, he will reboot in the form of knocking her out. Is that about right?
Yes.
That's how he reboot. Because a part of his ego construct of himself that I am a man. Yeah, right. You follow what I'm saying? You don't pay no bills. You don't do any of the things that man is technically defined as being responsible for in a relationship. But you want to arrogate to yourself a manhood that in reality you don't even possess. And when the woman fails to react to this imaginary manhood in order to reboot it, you become violent. So I want you to understand that when your ego is diminished, your effort to reboot it is not casual, ever. In fact, the diminishment of your ego is experienced as a kind of death. In the tradition, we call it ego death. Shame, that's right. Shame, anger, and we're going to unpack some of that as we go. But I just want to make sure that you're following me. Now, of course, today I'm not going to be able to exhaust all of what I need to share with you about it, but we'll get started, and perhaps you will find it of some interest, and you are always most welcome to come whenever there's workshops or such song for additional insights. But today, I'm simply presenting to you a basic argument to see if you are interested in the experience of real love, or are you content with this imitation of love that you got going on? You follow what I'm saying? And it's your decision. It's fine with me. You not simply be persuaded by my words here. You know, use your own heart in this matter. Now, here's what's very interesting, folks. This self that you think you are, this ego, The things that you wrote on your list, do you recall? Remember them for a moment with me. You wrote down that you were loving, you were kind, you were honest, you were trustworthy, you were gentle, you were sweet, you don't have a mean bone in your body, you go out of your way to help people. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Not only do you want other people to have that experience of yourself, not only is that the self that you want others to experience, it is also the self that you want to experience. Make a note. That's interesting, isn't it? It's the same self, isn't it? Is that about right? The self I want other people to experience is the same self that I want to have the experience of as well. It's the self I want to be. But here's the problem. If other people are not having that experience of that self, then you can't have the experience of that self either. That's the problem. Is that about right? How are you going to hold on to the presumption of possessing all of those qualities and characteristics if those qualities and characteristics are not being validated in your interaction with other people? Is that about right? You can't have the experience yourself of being that. So in conventional sense, that's when we say I'm trying to be my self. Well, the self you're trying to be is the ego self. Are you with me? And notice you will simply abandon and withdraw and flee from any relationship in which you are not having the experience of being myself. Is that about right? Because why would you stay in a relationship where you can't have the experience of being myself, being yourself? You won't. Right? You can't survive in such a relationship, right? Because you can't have the experience of being all of that stuff. Are you all following me? Right? Now, some of you put on your list, or should have put on your list, that you are spiritual and you religious and you are moral. Yeah, you forget about that. I ain't forget about it. Because that's some of your best stuff. You may say, well, I'm short in this area, but I'm a very spiritual, very religious. Yeah.
We knew better.
That's what you like other people to think and respond to you as if you are a spiritual person, as if you are this moral and righteous and ethically developed person. That's a part of your propaganda, right?
Yes.
And if other people are not experiencing you as being spiritual, moral, ethical, and enlightened and all that other stuff, right? You experience diminishment, right? In that relationship. Plus, you lose the experience of being there. And you fall apart. You have a breakdown, a psychological meltdown. Are you with me? You lose yourself. You lose that experience. And that's terrifying. Yes, my friend.
Okay, back to your question.
Sure, that's what we do.
Isn't there something that is true in all of us?
Yes, it is. There is something, there is a true self. We're talking about the false self because you can't really recognize the true self if you don't know what the false self is. You follow what I'm saying? You don't know real gold, right? If you still don't know the difference between it and fool's gold, right? And since you are fools, we have to start here. We're all fools, right? So let's get that clear so that nobody's under any illusion, right? But your question is right. And we're going to talk about that. My intent is that for the first part up until about noon or so, I'm just going to talk about the kind of psychosocial aspect of this topic. The workshop is principally put together today for the sake of spiritual practitioners, those who are engaged in the real process of the pursuit of spiritual development. And so part two, we will go into that whole thing a little bit in more detail. But I didn't want to burden those here who are not necessarily involved in any kind of process of spiritual development with all of that. So if that's an interest, hang around. I will definitely be getting into it. But let me simply respond by telling you this. We oftentimes say, well, I am made in the image of God, and that there's a spark of divinity in me, I have a soul, a spirit, etc., etc., etc. But technically, you see, unless you are able to have the conscious apprehension and realization and experience of that soul, then for all practical purposes, you don't have one. Are you with me? The inability to have a conscious realization of that which you claim you are really is tantamount to not having the experience of it in the first place. Are you with me?
Yes.
And it is never enough for you to be told about the existence of a soul. It's never enough for you to merely believe it, and to try to imagine what it's like. You must have a personal experience of being a soul in order to be transformed. Can't do it just through a mere intellectual process. What is required for that is what we call sadhana. Sadhana. Sadhana means spiritual practice. A real spiritual process has to be engaged. So that's another level. But the point I wanted you to appreciate here is that you cannot have the experience of who you think you are unless you are able to succeed at making other people have that experience of who you think you are. And whenever there's a breakdown in that effort, the experience you have is one of diminishment and anger, amongst many other things. Any questions so far? Because this is developmental. If you can't get the first piece, you won't get the next piece. So I don't want you to sit there and suppress any questions. We're all in here are struggling souls, trying to find the same thing, which is love. How to resolve these conflicts in our relationships so that we may have love and fulfillment in these relationships. And remember, these are relationships with your wife, with your husband, with your children, with your sibling, with your boss, your co-workers, so forth and so on. There is a kind of fulfillment that is only available to us within the context of our relationship with other human beings. Make a note of that. There is a degree of fulfillment that you simply can't have with a Mercedes-Benz, and you can't have it with $1 million. Are you following me? It's not even available at the material level of your relationships. Are you following me? We are food for one another. No fooling, no kidding. And if you can't find love with another human being, you're not going to find love with God. Who are you kidding? You can't love that which is standing right in front of you. How are you going to love something that is smoke? Are you following my argument?
Yes.
This is the training ground. That's why we're here. We simply must find ways to transcend the conflict in our relationship for the sake of not only spiritual growth, but even for the sake of just sanity. Are you with me? Now, I'm a therapist, and there's other how many therapists in the room? I'm sure we got a few in the room, right? So you all know what I'm talking about, right? Most people who are presenting real serious emotional and mental issues in therapy are people who have experienced some kind of a breakdown in their human relationship. It might have started with mommy during potty training, but that's still a human relationship in which there was a breakdown. Is that about right? And the beginning of developing the psychological and the emotional ability to overcome the conflict that is inherent in ego-based relationships, this whole thing now has to be addressed in a very, very serious way. Are you all following me?
Yes, sir.
No questions, so we'll continue to move. Now for the fun part, right? Now, what is that self that you don't want others to experience? Find that out. Find that out. Because you got to have a whole image. You see? Everything that exists in the realm of time and space exists in pairs of opposites. Are you with me? This has therefore been called a realm of duality, or dualism, opposites, right? So where there's night, there's day. Where there's pain, there's pleasure. Where there's this compassion in you, there's some hate in you too. Are you with me? What is the self that you don't want others to experience in their interaction with you? Because that is the self that you are hiding. Are you with me? Because you're a politician. You're trying to get what's better. See my love, see my compassion, see my honesty, see my this, see my that. And you hide the other stuff. Are you with me? But that other stuff is going to emerge in relationship. Always. Right? And then it's on this. Right? What is that self that you don't want others to experience? In Jungian psychology, we have called that the shadow. What's your shadow? Well, since you don't have a shadow, what are some of the shadows you've seen in others? You're too mature. Shadow. Yes, I do. Selfish. Selfish. Let's get our list of the shadows in others. That's right. Selfish.
Mean.
Mean.
Hard-hearted.
Hard-hearted.
Incompetent.
Anger.
Wait a minute. Hard-hearted. Violent. Angry. Insecure.
Defiance. Vulnerability.
What? Defiant? Did somebody say defiant? What is it? Critical?
Critical.
Overcritical?
Irresponsible.
Irresponsible?
Unintelligent.
Well, I think we got the point, right? Well, that's your shadow self. Right? But it is also who you think you are. It is as false as the positive quality. Make a note. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Because in conventional psychology or pseudo-psychology, the presumption is that, well, okay, I understand that all these positive things I'm putting out here for the sake of propaganda, I understand that's my invention, that's my creation, and that's not really true of me. But this stuff here, that's who I am. And I'm telling you, you're not that either. That is also some more of what you think. Are y'all following me? Yes. We're here to become liberated from the false sense of self on both sides of the divide. Are you following me? Right. Because it is the presumption that I am, in fact, really these and not the other that results in our feelings of self-contempt. All right? So you must identify in your own self all of those qualities that you don't want others to see, that you've been trying to hide. They contradict your propaganda, don't they? Right? So if you're playing a game that you're kind, loving, and sweet, right? And you get in a relationship, because one of the beauties about a relationship is that they will mirror where you're at. Always. The relationship will mirror back to you where you're at. And so you're in the relationship, and the other person in that relationship is mirroring back to you one of these things here, right? That clashes with your other stuff. Is that about right? And now you got a problem, don't you? Is that about right? Some people avoid relationship expressly for the purpose of avoiding their shadow. Please make a note. They don't know why they can't find no woman and man. Well, I do. It's no mystery. You trying to avoid your shadow. You don't really want to find out that you ain't all that shit you think you are. And you're avoiding the relationship because you know your ass is busted in that relationship. Is that all right? Yes. Your wife gonna tell you exactly where you at on your scale of character. And you can't handle that. Are you with me? Yes, dear.
If I understand correctly,
So we have no choice but to be what?
Right, right. For now, I want you to see your condition.
Okay.
And that becomes a basis for motivation to go to another level of identity.
Okay.
And we're going to talk
So
about,
this is to motivate us to do this, to actually be,
sure,
to get to that place. Because, I mean, just understanding this and having information about this is not going to change it.
no, it's not going to
I
change
mean,
it.
we're going to still be doing these.
Sure,
I
but
mean, the knowledge of it is not going to help us make a difference.
no, it will motivate you to do that which will make a difference.
Okay.
But first, I got to show you where you're at. You follow what I'm saying? You must first find out and see your real condition. Because until and unless you see your real condition, there will be no basis for you to take an action to rise to a higher level in your potential line of development. Okay? So we're going to be talking about the developmental stages of self-identity. We're going to be talking about this is ground zero, the false sense of self. Okay? Which is made up of both positive and negative characteristics. Are you following me?
Yeah.
But it's false on both sides of the divide. I want you to simply be able to locate all of your conflict, struggles, disappointments, frustrations in your relationship within this level and stage of ego development. Are you with me? What I'm suggesting to you is that whenever you get a glimpse of your shadow in a relationship, this is what makes that relationship become problematic, right? Seeing the shadow in yourself shuts down and nullifies your experience of being who you positively think you are. Are you with me? Now this is real serious because people get all messed up here. This is the basis of pathology. This is what we mean by psychopathology. You all screwed up here. You follow what I'm saying? And one of the prerequisites for spiritual growth and development is that you got to get psychologically straight. You must first become sane. That's a prerequisite for becoming spiritual. Make a note of that. You have people walking around and claiming to be spiritual, they're insane.
Yes.
How are you going to be spiritual, you schizophrenic, and you're insane? It's not going to work, right? So a lot of my argument in the first part of our workshop will be focused on trying to argue with you the necessity for getting straight. Because you got to get straight. You follow me? And you won't get straight until and unless you actually see your condition. Yes, my friend.
Shouldn't love mean that that person can accept my shadow as well as my truth?
That's another problem, but you're in relationship with another ego. Now, if you were in relationship with St. Teresa, problem. But you ain't married to St. Teresa. But in theory, you're right. See, so if you can't overcome your shadow, try to marry a sage. Go dig up Buddha, dig up Jesus, dig up Muhammad, find you a Muhammad, a Jesus, a Buddha, a Lao Tzu, a Kabir, a Dadu, a Mirabai, a Sajobai. But if you can't find one of them, then I suggest you pay close attention.
I will be humble. I'll be humble.
Yes. All right. So far, so good?
Yeah.
So now you have a little better sense of why I say that this kind of ego is the basis of conflict and suffering and sorrow. Not only in our human relationship, but in our relationship with non-sentient beings, in our relationship with our environment, etc., etc., etc. Now, the purpose of this argument is to try to loosen some of your grip on that, because you all are very attached to this false ego. You're very attached to it. You're clinging to it. In the culture of psychology, we have a word for that, right? What is that word? We call that a what? It starts with an F and it ain't the four letters.
Fixation.
Right, fixation.
He said ain't a 4 letter.
Ego fixation, right? This ego fixation is, in the parlance of mysticism, referred to as attachment. attachment. Also, I'm corrupt, but we're not going to go that far this soon. But fixation is a kind of an attachment, a pathological attachment to something. Are you with me? Now, this egoic fixation is the foundation of all other forms of fixation. Make a note. Now, this is very important to understand and see. The egoic fixation is the foundation of all other forms of fixations in the psychological spectrum of fixations. You see, they all are reducible ultimately to this one thing. So we can't even deal with helping clients overcome fixation unless we deal with the basic fixation, which is egoic fixation. So let me say a little bit more about egoic fixation, and then we will move along that spectrum of other kinds of fixation. Would that be all right? Yes, there.
Does it take time for a person to develop an egoic fixation? What about biological fixations? Does that happen first before any mental side?
We're going to talk a little bit about that and when we start talking about the identity line in human development. So your question will be addressed in part 2 there, so you can bear with me and it'll all come together there. Here I'm talking about egoic fixation, this fixation on this sense of who we think we are, this self that we have invented, the construct of ego. And to locate it in time, since you mentioned it, when you look at the psycho-historical origin of that, of the ego self, well, it really does begin right out of the womb to some extent. But you really begin to start seeing this egoic sense of self emerge around 3 or 4. And it's usually a response to the feedback that we have received from our families of origin, our mom and our dad. Your mom and dad told you stuff about yourself. You're a cute little girl, you're a nice little girl, etc., etc. And we internalize that, and we form an image of ourselves. A self-representation forms now. We start seeing ourselves a certain way. And that becomes the fundamental foundation of the ego, okay? A self-representation that has been internalized based on the feedback that we have received in our respective family of origin, principally from our parents and so forth and so on, the other adults in that family of origin. Are you all following me? Think, for instance, of what your historical ego started out as. Yes, beloved.
I was just going to say that it can also take place in a false way. I mean, in a negative way.
And the other way too. Your
Negative
shadow
way.
too.
Right.
Both sides of the ego
They
gets
can
developed
tell you,
in
I'm
that family.
horrible, you're a
Sure.
rotten little kid, whatever.
Sure. The contents of self-contempt, that is also formed in this family of origin. Are you all following me? You have this family of origin, your mom, your dad, and you are in that womb. And just like your body was formed in the womb of your mother, your psychology is formed within this family womb, okay? And it's made out of feedback. So if you want to do something interesting here, contrast and compare your early childhood ego with the ego that you wrote down. You'll find it interesting. Are you following me? For instance, your mama told you certain things about yourself, your daddy told you certain things about yourself. You formed an image of yourself based on that feedback, right? Presumably, some of it was negative, some of it was positive, right? Is that about right? See to what extent you have carried that forward. See to what extent the image that you have of yourself fundamentally is the image you had of yourself as a child. It may not even be something that has been created lately. You may be walking around with an image of yourself that in some people's cases is 50 years old. Isn't that scary?
Yes, it is.
Let's examine it. Look at your list. See, you got to do the work. You got to do the homework. You got to do the work. Look at your list and look in those 2 dimensions of ego, the shadow and the other stuff. See how much of the contents on the either heading are fundamentally parts of the image that you carried from your own early childhood experience within your respective family of origin. You're a cute little girl. Are you still walking around thinking you're cute?
Yeah.
See, even your image of your body has been manufactured. Are you all following me? Are you following me? Whether you feel you are ugly or pretty, that stuff, been manufactured. Are you with me?
Yes.
Now, someone told you when you were 4 years old that you're stupid, you're dumb, right?
Yes.
And it went in deep. Is that about right? Because as a child, you have no defense, right? So that commentary by your parent goes into you deeply. You see, it hits you in the same place that your belief in Santa Claus hits, right? Except, unlike your belief in Santa Claus, you can't reverse this one, right? And so now you are 32 years old and you're walking around and you feel fundamentally that you're stupid. And you know that I can't show people I'm stupid, right?
Right.
You know that, right?
Right.
Y'all do know that, right? You see, I got to show them that I'm intelligent, right?
Right.
So that means I got to come up with all these compensatory behaviors, right, to cover up my real belief that I am stupid. Because I can't recruit other people interest and attention and love for me if they say I'm stupid, right? I got to hide that. But I'm feeling stupid, nevertheless, aren't I? Think about it. And when your mom told you you were stupid, that hurt you. Please make a note. It hurt. So now, 35 years later, whenever your husband or wife treat you or say something to you that make you feel stupid, you regress all the way back to when you were 3. You have a damn tantrum. Is that all right? You all understand? This is basic psychology, so I want to insult you in taking you through all of that.
I have
Yes.
a question. How would the ego, I'm sure it's different for everybody, but how would it work if you got two primary people telling you two very different things?
Wow.
Then you
And
become
when
schizophrenic.
Okay.
That took care of that. Saved 25 years of therapy. Yeah, you become conflicted inside. You don't know who you are. Disassociate. You might believe one more than others. It becomes very individual. But I just want you all to appreciate the historical origin of your sense of who you think you are and how that sense of self has its origin in your early childhood. Damasio has called it the autobiographical self. I like his term. So when you start telling people, you know, I'm from the West Side, and I went to this, and I went to that, and I went to this school, and this is my, you know, you're communicating your autobiographical self. You know what I mean? You're going all the way back and you're doing all of that. And I'm saying you're not even your autobiographical self from a spiritual point of view. Yes, but
You know what you're saying, test these theories out. In tradition, they say that
just a little louder, beloved, so that they can
if
see
a
you.
person really wants to test themselves at 20 years old or 40 or 80 years old, just go meet with your parents.
Yeah, yeah.
Just go with you.
Did you all hear what he said? If you want to get back in touch with that stuff, go around your mom and daddy, and they automatically will regress you back to that stage. You follow what I'm saying? You will find that behavior just automatically kicking in. So that's a little bit about that. Was there anything else about it, Darius, that you wanted to say?
Oh, no, thank you.
So, let us go a little bit further. Everybody's all right? Yeah. The ego is who and what you believe yourself to be. It's a belief system. Are you with me?
Yep.
It's a belief. Now here's the thing, your behavior will always shadow your belief about yourself.
Yep.
Are you with me? Now, not only have we constructed a concept of who we are, we have also constructed a concept of who the other person we're in relationship is. Now y'all see the problem now? Not only have you constructed a false concept of who you are, you have also constructed and projected onto the other a concept of who they are. If you don't know who you are, by definition you don't know who they are. Is that about right? Are we beginning to see this thing now? So person A is in relationship with person B, and the question becomes, are you really in relationship with the reality of who person B is? Or are you trying to relate to your concept of who they should be and who you want them to be? So another source of conflict in our relationship is our operating out of unrealistic expectations of the others based on our concept of who we think or want them to be. Remember, I'm saying from the beginning that the conflicts you experience in a relationship is your own activity. You created that. It's all in your own mind. Are you with me? It's not ontological. It doesn't exist like this table or chair. It is subjective. It's made out of the same stuff that dreams and fantasies are made out of, right? What you are doing, you're coming up with a theory on other people's minds. Are you with me? You come up with a theory about other people's motives and their interaction to you, right? So let's take a little time and let's get down with this one now, because this is taking us a little bit closer. See, there's a lot of people out there killing one another, divorcing one another, and going through all kinds of hell and horror in their relationship, simply because they're operating out of some unrealistic expectations of the others that is founded on a misconception or a false concept of who the other person really is. Are you with me? Now we're going to see how these pieces of the puzzle start fitting. Remember you were saying that you were loving? Y'all remember that, right?
Yes.
And how you were kind, how sweet you were. These are your beliefs, right, about yourself. Now, from these beliefs, you generate certain expectations, right? Your expectation of the other that you're in a relationship with is fundamentally a byproduct of the belief about yourself that you are operating out of, which I've already argued, hopefully effectively, that it's mostly myth. It just doesn't create both the positive and the negative. But in any case, that won't become clear till much later down the road. So you have all these qualities, so you're expecting some kind of response from others, aren't you? Right? Now here's a personal question for you, those of you who are in relationship. What are the unrealistic expectations you have of the other person that you are in relationship with? And see the connection between your conflict, your disappointment, your frustration in that relationship with that expectation. Let me take that slow, okay? Because you got problems. You got problems in your relationships. Is that about right?
Yeah.
All of us got problems in our relationships. Some of you got problems with each other in this room. Is that about right?
Yes.
So perhaps it will help you if we first define, well, what is a problem? Have you ever, likes and dislikes, we're going to get to that, Minister, because When we get back, we're gonna get back to fixations. I'm just setting you up now because it's a complex discussion here. You have problems with other people. Now, what is the problem?
You won't give me my way.
Yeah, when they don't give you a way, you got a problem, right?
You don't do what I want them to do.
Sure. So fundamentally, a problem is an instance of profound dissatisfaction with some aspect of reality.
Yep.
The reality of the way people are, the reality of the way circumstances and situations are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Which really means that people are not responding in a way that is consistent with your expectations of them. But you never pause for a moment to examine your expectations, right? As a personal homework, as an aside, because I want to return back to this ego fixation, I want you to begin to start making a list of the conflict and problems that you're having in your relationship, and see if you can tease from those conflicts and problems a basic kind of expectation of the other that is not being fulfilled by the other. See if you can do that. You follow what I'm saying? Now, back to egoic fixation. Now, we have talked about the fact that this sense of self that we are operating out of has its beginnings and origin in our early childhood. I have also argued that for most individuals, that sense of self, of who you are, that you inherited from your family of origin, very often remains intact, or some pieces of it remains intact the rest of your life. What happens, however, is that at the age of adolescence, you start jettisoning some of that image away, because during adolescence, there's that urge in you to be yourself. There's a rebellion. Are you with me? You don't want to be that little boy or little girl that your mommy and your daddy wants you to be, right? So when you hit your adolescence, you enter into a rebellion against that force that is trying to hold you as being that little boy, that little girl that mommy and daddy wants you to be. Hence, we talk about the rebellious teen. What they're rebelling against is being straitjacketed and kept locked into that kind of self that their mom and dad want them to be. They want to grow up and so forth and so on. So you're jettisoning some of that. But something else interesting happened in your adolescence. And this, I think, is a more true statement, that the ego self that you are right now at this moment probably bear a 99% semblance to the self that you were in high school. Now let's look at this carefully. No smoke, no mirrors. When you left your family, in your family of origin, by the time you get to high school, that really is a big transition in life, because you've entered into your second family. And your second family are your peers. Is that about right? Now, you learned how to adapt within your family of origin. You learned what role you could play, how you need to be, blah, 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 to not have no conflict. Just do what your mama say and shut your damn mouth, and you'll get fed, you'll have a room, a place to stay. No problem, right? See? But now you want your independence, and so now you got to figure out, how do I meet my needs for attention and interest from my peers? See what you all did, what we all did. You invented a way of being in high school that you felt was the most effective way of being for the sake of recruiting the interest and attention of your peers in high school. Hear me closely. When you hit adolescence and move to the larger context of your family, your second family, your peer group, in high school, you invented a way of being that you felt was the most effective for the sake of recruiting the interest and attention of your peers, both male and female. Is that about right? Do that ring true?
Yeah.
Does it feel kind of true? Well, what way did you invent? And are you still being that same way? I don't know. Aren't you doing the same thing up at the office? The same thing in the neighborhood? Aren't you being that same way? Now, when I was 6, 7 years old, they would pinch your little jaw, say, you're so cute, you're so cute. But now I'm in high school, right? I'm 14, 15 years old, and I got dropped that I'm cute shit, right? Because I can't recruit. So when the boys get up there, we through being these cute little boys. Is that about right? Well, we through with that in 4th grade.
Right.
Too. But we definitely ain't playing that role in high school. So you got to reinvent yourself. What you have to do, you reconstruct yourself. You reconstruct the ego during your adolescence period of life. Whatever your childhood image of yourself was, you see, that child level of ego gets reconstructed in your adolescence, and that's the ego that you tend to operate out of for the rest of your entire life. That's the self that you are trying to be. That's the self that you are fixated. That's egoic fixation in the sense that I'm going to use the term throughout the rest of the workshop. When I'm talking about egoic fixation, I'm talking about your tendency to cling to and remain attached to the way of being that you invented in high school for the sake of recruiting your peers' attention and interest in you, both male and female. And you're trying to hold on that, and you're trying to perpetuate that across time and space. Are you with me? It might even work. And when you're a sophomore, that shit is not going to work. You're 50 years old. Are you with me? You simply cannot succeed in life operating out of a kind of way of being that is appropriate for a damn 15-year-old kid. Are you feeling me? That's fixation, right? You want to maintain that illusion of being that self that you invented in high school sometime. And you cling to it. Yes, sir.
Where'd you get the components to invent this reconstruction?
Purely out of your imagination. Some from television, you know what I mean? Some from books, some from this person. It's Frankensteinian. You know what I mean? Really. See, we just do something. We're doing the same thing when we were these children age, right? Now you ask them what they want to be. They're going to tell you, I want to be Spider-Man, I want to be Superman, right? They have a fantasy about who they are. And you ask them, who are you? I'm Superman. I'm Spider-Man. Dun, 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 dun. Well, in some sense, who you think you are is also based in fantasy. Are you with me? Instead of wanting to be Spider-Man, you want to be who you are. But it's the same stuff. Fantasy. It's who you want to be. _1. That's what makes this fantasy. It's what I call your act. We all got an act going, don't we? Is that about right? Yes. Sure. We got one act. Act 1 is how we be in order to get what we want. That's Act 1. Act 2 is how we be when we don't get what we want, right? There is no 3 or 4, just 2. Right? We have an act. The question is, what's your act? What is your historical way that you resort to for the sake of recruiting other people's interest and attention in you, both male and female? What is your historical way of acting by which you try to recruit other people's interest and attention in you? Find that out. because you must find out what you're up to. Are you with me?
So is that why people say, get your act together?
Get your act together. Yes, beloved.
Hang on, let me find out. I mean, you're helpless until you find out yourself. I mean, so, I mean, if you can.
But you'll never find your true self until you see this. See, remember, Viveka, Rao, what I was saying earlier, that of course we want to dismiss this, but the reality is you can't dismiss this. This is foundational. You know, it's like when we're kids, we want to hurry up and be an adult, but you're 5 years old. You must be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You follow what I'm saying? Because this is where you at. In a journey towards something like enlightenment, beloved, you first must know where you are at. You must locate yourself in relationship to your goal. Your goal is to be enlightened. You must make that journey starting where you are at. Is that about right? Because then you can get a sense on how much effort is going to be required of you. If you think you here starting your goal and you really here, are you in trouble?
Yes. Yeah.
But the saints are saying you are basic ego. You're at the basic egoic level of development. There are 6 more levels in between here. You here. See this. And on the basis of that radical seeing, be moved. Otherwise, you won't be moved. Now, we can play out of our intellectual arrogance that, well, this is not, blah, 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 but I'm going to talk about that too, right? Now, so you have a better understanding about this egoic fixation. So we want to take all of those qualities that we have arrogated to ourselves, we want to perpetuate the experience of those across all time and space. And whenever we don't have that experience, we feel diminished, we reboot, et cetera, and there's an additional thing that I want to draw to your attention. Because there is those situations where you are in these relationships, you can't get out of them, but you can't have the experience of being who you think you are. Can you identify with that? You're trapped in relationships. Some of us are trapped in relationships where we're not having the validation of being who we think we are by the other person that we're in relationship with, right? And I've said already that if we are not having the validation from the other of us being who we think we are, how we lose the experience of being who we think we are ourselves, well, and that results in ego death crisis, right? And we're trying to avoid that. So the way that we survive in those relationships where our egos are not being validated is that we become self-deluded. You see, self-delusion now becomes the principal means by which the ego maintains itself. And that's the point I want you to understand. Self-delusion and self-deception becomes the principal means by which we are able to maintain our image that we have invented of ourselves. We delude ourselves. Because the other person you're in a relationship with is telling you almost on a daily basis, you ain't shit. You know what I mean? They're mirroring all that to you. Are you with me? And the only way that you can maintain your fixation on this ego is to delude yourself. So far, so good? Am I going too fast?
How does that look?
How does self-delusion look?
I mean, just
Like the emperor without clothes. That's how it looks. Like the emperor without clothes. It usually shows up psycho-emotionally in the form of vanity. You become very vain. Vanity very often is a outcome and the expression of self-delusion, the vain person, who has arrogated to themselves a false basis for their pride. Right? So you're walking around, proud of your intelligence, but there is absolutely no evidence of you being intelligent anywhere in your life. You know what I mean? And you're demanding of others the response to it, you see? You're vain, you see? This ultimately leads to insanity. You become psychotic, completely separated from reality. Deluded, self-deluded. You live in a kind of myth that you have created. I've called it the ego mythology. You live in a mythical realm. Sort of like a dream state. You're in a dream state. You know? And you can feel it as you walk around. It really feels mostly like you dream. You know what I mean? You daydreaming most of the time. That's dreaming. That's where you live. Most of your mental activity occurs within the context of your fantasizing. That's where you live. You live in a tunnel road of fantasy about yourself, about the prospects of your life. You know? You see, this is self-delusion. Because the ego must have that sense of being who it thinks it is. It's a matter of life and death. And if I can't have the experience of being who I think I am by manipulating other people to respond to me in a way that is consistent with that construct, right? And if I can't reboot and use force to bring them in line when I can't bribe them, then the only way I can have the experience of being who I think I am is I must delude myself. And that's what we tend to do. So you see a lot of delusional people coming into therapy. Is that about right? In droves. Is that about right? Right. Therapy in church, full of mostly God, I'm going to get in trouble for that. Now, now Mensa mentioned something. So our ego is the basis of all kinds of things. One of the other things that I've already pointed out, our ego is the basis of our expectations that we have of life, others, and self. But the next kinds of fixation that emerges from this egoic fixation that are really crucial is our fixations on our likes and our dislikes. They're set. You like what you like. And that just didn't start yesterday, did it? You've been liking that for a long time, didn't you? Since you was this high, right? You like your food a certain way, you like to dress a certain way, you got to, I mean, by the time you finished high school, you had all your likes and dislikes pretty much in place, right? And they become the reference point to determine what you would like and dislike further down the road. Is that about right? Okay. These likes and dislikes are also fixations. Those likes that are fixated we call attachment fixations. And those dislikes we call avoidance. Fixations. So you see this trinity here. Attachment fixations, give you an idea. Life is something that happens to you. Life is nothing but those series of events, circumstances, and situations that is arising and happening to you. Is that about right? It's like the weather. You're not making the weather, are you? Are you?
No.
The weather is something that is happening, isn't it? Right? Has nothing to do with your will, does it? Has nothing to do with your likes and dislikes? The whole of life is like that. Make a note. So you've been under the illusion that there are certain things that happen in life that is not happening like weather. That's an illusion. You've been under the illusion that there are certain things that are happening that is somehow connected with your will. Nothing is connected with your will. You have been confusing that which happens with your ego. ability to make stuff happen. Your so-called willpower. It's not making anything objectively that happens to you. It may play a role in your subjective response, true, but it plays no role in the objective realm of experiences that are flowing into your awareness. Are you all following me? We have to get a little sogai here, so God mystic started out. Now a little bit into deep knowledge. We've been talking for the most part this morning about stuff that is fairly superficial, okay? But now we have to move a little deeper into this dome for you to appreciate it. Perhaps a story will help you. And it's a Sufi story. I like Sufi stories. And the story is about a pile of rocks that had been dumped on a construction site and that later on was going to be used to fill in the foundation. And so a little boy comes by and he sees this pile of rock being stacked, you know what I mean? And so as little boys are wont to do, he picks up one of the rocks and he throws it into the air, right? So the rock that flew up in the air, he start feeling, man, look at what I've been able to accomplish. You see, for thousands and thousands of centuries, no rock has been able to achieve it. We've all been trying to break free of the gravity and fly, and look, I have been able to accomplish the impossible. You know what I mean? God favors them. So the rock is sailing up in the sky. You know, he's looking down at other rocks. He said, pour rocks down there. You know what I mean? If only they could be like me, they could fly and soar in the heavens, you see. And then the momentum from the thrust began to diminish, right? And the rock started losing altitude. And then the rock said to himself, well, I guess I've been up here long enough, and I think I've seen everything, and it would be a good idea if I return to the pile of rocks, you know what I mean, and tell them about my experience, and so that they can also learn from it and be able to one day fly themselves. Come on. You see. Now, the moral of the story is very clear. His flying had nothing to do with him, right? Well, you're like that. Rock. Existence has simply thrown you in here. And you are presuming to have something to do with your trajectories. You have happened just like trees happen.
Like, so that phrase, like, I've been to the mountaintop, is that true? No one's been to the mountaintop?
That's a part 2 question. But the point that I was making in the analogy there was simply to illustrate the point that very often we confuse what happens objectively in terms of our experience with our egoic will. You see, one of the characteristics of the ego is the ego feels that it is the doer. The ego actually feels it is the doer. That is one of the characteristics of the ego, that I am the doer. I can do things. We're going to talk more about that in part 2. Now, so if you understand that, then you can appreciate these fixations of attachment and avoidance. So now, since your experiences that you have might just happen, like you didn't pick your mama, you didn't pick your daddy, you didn't pick your sister, you didn't pick your brother, you didn't pick your race, you did not pick your gender. You will not pick the state of your body. You see my point? You will not pick the next breath either. Jesus said you will not turn one hair gray. Period. Life is happening. But because you have ego, there's some aspects of life that you don't like. Is that about right? and you wish to avoid it. Is that about right? And you become hell-bent now, fixated on avoiding what has already happened. How are you going to do that? Now listen to me closely. Reality, by definition, is defined as that which is already and is happening. Is that about right? Now something is already happening and you're trying to avoid it. How will you avoid that which already and always is happening? How are you going to do that? Now how are you going to do that? Because that's what you're trying to do. You're already sick. Now you're trying to avoid being. I wish I wasn't sick, but you are sick. Now respond appropriately. Are you with me? Most of the time we can't handle life because you don't accept it. Make a note. You don't accept life. How will you handle life if you have not even accepted the reality? I'm driving down the expressway. I get a flat tire, right? The car start bumping and I pull over and I park. Then I sit there and I lament for an hour. Oh, this shouldn't have happened. These are brand new tires. I just spent $500 for these tires. And this shouldn't happen. And this is a brand new road. I start going through this long lamentation about why this thing shouldn't have happened. But it has happened. The appropriate response is what?
Change the tire.
Change the tire. That's the appropriate response to reality of that moment. Is that about right? Not this drama and lamentation. Are you with me? Are you following me?
Yes.
Avoidance fixation. So you spend all your life time trying to avoid those aspects of your present reality that you don't like, which obviously is impossible in the first place. But the worst thing about it is that you never develop the ability to deal with what you don't like. Make a note. And that keeps you challenged, keeps you perpetually challenged in that lesson. You will never grow up. Yes, you will grow old, but you will never, ever, ever grow up. You will never become mature. You'll never become an adult. You'll be a damn child and teenager your whole life. Because you're trying to edit out of reality that which you don't like based on your ego. As if your ego has anything to do with the nature of reality. Are you feeling me? So not only are you in conflict with the other person you're in relationship because of the same kind of ego fixation, you are in conflict with reality. Try to understand me. Conflict with your husband and wife and children, that's little stuff. You are in conflict with reality. You got a serious problem. Are you with me? Not only do you want people to be the way you want to be, now you want reality to be the way you are. The way you want it to be. Are you seeing what I'm saying? This is insane. So attachment fixation, avoidance fixations. Is one of the problems. You had a question?
Yes, I was just wondering, when a person tries to avoid the experience, or avoid experiences, does that still create a problem, or are they not looking at reality when they're avoiding the experience?
They can't avoid it. That's the point. That's the play I'm making on my word. You can't avoid reality by definition. Avoidance, fixation are rooted in an illusion. That's Maya. In the first place, you can't avoid reality. Reality is already, it's already happened. So I could avoid the flat tire if I haven't had it yet, right? In my mind, right? But once I've had it, how can I now reverse that? And that's what people tend to do with their life. This way that this avoidance fixation plays out is that you always living in the past trying to undo the past. All of your present time and energy and attention is focused in the damn past for you trying to undo some past aspect of reality. Yes. It don't even exist. Reality only exists right here, right now. That's Damo Sanitana. And you must see that. You must radically see that. Otherwise, you're going to suffer your whole life. Avoidance, fixation are one of the bases of suffering. There's three kinds of suffering. There's suffering not having something that you want. There's a kind of suffering from having what you don't want, like these husbands. Boyfriends, you don't want them, but they're there. You suffer if they won't, the bastard won't leave. And the suffering of suffering itself. These kinds of suffering are almost always, and are always, the result of either the avoidance fixation or its polar opposite, attachment fixation. Now, attachment fixations, again, here's experience simply unfolding. Life is just happening, it's flowing. You have no control over it, like weather. Certainly don't have any control over other people's behavior, do you? So the experiences you having with other people's behavior, it's happening just like weather is. Can you control it? You trying to, right? Trying to make that man act right. I don't know why you wasting your time, right? Because he's like weather. That's all, right? So there's these experiences that are arising. These events, circumstances, and situations that is arising in our domain of experience. And some of them that arise happen to be things that the ego like. The ego like that. You know what I mean? Because in some way, shape, form, or fashion, it is reinforcing its feelings of who it think it is. So it like that, right? And notice that's how you define what you like is anything that aligns with and reinforces your ego, that is the stuff you like. You don't like anything or anyone that diminishes your experience of being who you think you are. Is that about right? So your likes and dislikes themselves are derivatives of your ego. Are you good? So something is bound to happen that you do like. Now you want to cling to that, right? And you don't never want that to change, ever. And you never want to lose it. Is that about right? What's wrong with that picture? Because what is one of the,
It's impermanent.
there you go. There you go. One of the things about reality, and in this sense that I'm using it for now, is that whatever is happening is constantly in flux. Nothing remains the same. Everything is changing. Nothing lasts. Nothing. All right? So now you meet some woman, love is there, right? Love is happy. You see, you can't make nobody love you. You tried that. You know that don't work, right? Bring it over. Right. It's the other's gift to us, right? A woman loves you, she just loves you. You love her, right? But that love is occurring in time and space. That attachment-based love is occurring in time and space. And one morning you wake up 10 years later, and she don't love you no more. Or you don't love her. Now what can be done about it? It's over. Are you with me? And the woman said, well, I don't love you. I found another lover. I want to be released from this relationship to marry this guy, right? And you can't let that shit happen, right? You follow what I'm saying? You're going to hold this woman in this relationship, or you're going to hold this man in this relationship. I don't care whether you love me or not. You ain't divorcing. You follow what I'm saying? You become attached. You want to keep a good thing forever. And how will you do that? Have to grow together. You may not grow together. That, too, you don't have no control over. You follow what I'm saying? It's weather. So attachment fixation is this impulse and tendency in us to try to cling to that which we are deriving some momentary pleasure from, and to hold that out of the flow of change. Well, it's like to pull something out of reality and hold on to it. How can you pull something out of the flow of reality and hold on to it? How are you going to do that? And you can't. So in either case, these fixations always result in failure. You will fail. And it's the failure of fulfilling a desire. Because these also reflect your desire. These are your desires. And when your desires are not fulfilled, the net result is suffering. That's what suffering is. Make a note. Suffering is merely the failure to fulfill your desires, which really translates into to have things the way you like it and not have things the way you don't like. And since you have no control over either of that, your clinging and your fixation can only result in your suffering. Does this make sense to you?
Yes.
All right? Now, the question that we'll take into our break to ponder is, do you want to bring your suffering to an end, or are you looking for somebody to rescue you from it? You see? Have you had enough? Because the egoic base and way of living, this low level of egoic living, will always outcome in suffering. Yes, you may get a temporary respite here and there, but that's just temporary. Now the question is that enough for you? Or do you want to play the game? And remember, millions of people are playing the game, deluding themselves, living in a world of absolute fantasy, and pissing away their entire lifetime. Playing a game. You see? Buddha says that the definition of a fool is a person that, although he see everybody else dying, think they won't die. That's a fool. A fool is a person who observes everybody else is getting sick, but I will not. Dr. Sabi, I mean, you understand that. You're a surgeon. A fool, Buddha said, is a person who's seeing everybody else is suffering, but I'm not going to suffer. That's a fool. Nobody's pulled it off, but I'm going to pull it off. I'm going to be able to avoid and keep life the way I like it. That's a fool. Question is, do you want to be a fool? No fooling, no kidding. Then you're going to have to get down to some sadhana, some real spiritual practice. And I don't mean believing in dogma and doctrines. You follow what I'm saying? You're going to have to do a lot more than you've been doing. Because just think about it. Everything that you've been doing, that ain't work. You're still suffering. You're still suffering bouts of depression, unfulfillment. You might be lying to yourself, deluding yourself, but that has no value, right? It's not working. The egoic way of life and living does not work. That's the revelation. That's the gospel. That's the news that the saints and mystics bring us. They said, what you up to, that shit ain't going. But you actually think you know something about how to have happiness. But the reality, folks, is that you're amateurs, and your life bear witness that you're an amateur. All right, let's take a break, and let's come back at 1:45. Would that be all right? Use the washroom, and those who need to be somewhere, you have a chance to say hello to your person that invited you. Take a moment to collect ourselves. reminded of what some of the feature of love is. Because many times in life you see, in our search for love, we never find it because we don't know what it looks like in the first place. You see. Right, I used to always say, if you're going to go hunting for a bear, you should at least know what a bear looks like. So many of us have grown up on the pseudo concept and notion of what love is. Fundamentally, we define it as finding a person that'll do everything we want for the sake of gratifying our own ego, our own selfish needs. And when the search for love on the basis of that false definition of it fails, it will always do, then we give up on love. We become cynical about it, bitter. But seldom, if ever, does it dawn on us that the reason you haven't found love is because you don't even know what it looks like in the first place. To recognize love requires that one enjoy a certain level of spiritual development, you see. The search itself for love comes to an end when the realization dawns that the real business we should be about is to become the source of love for others. That being the source and agency of love for others is a much higher human function than to always be scanning our relationships, always looking for somebody or something to buy into our egoic bullshit that we have created about ourselves. Are you following me? And so we will return our attention to our exploration, looking at all of the problems that function at the base and lowest level of ego creates in our life, and begin to look at the spiritual process and those spiritual techniques and technology by which we are able to transcend the lower levels of ego and thus bring our suffering to an end. Would that be all right? Sure. A couple of things. And I am now particularly addressing those who are involved in a spiritual practice as such, because one of the criteria for succeeding on any spiritual path, one of the prerequisites for success in any form of sadhana, and remember, you must enjoy the distinction between sadhana and spiritual practice and the mere attending a church and mosques and temples and that kind of a thing. That's religion. And religion is not about the transformation of a human being. Religion is about providing a human being with hope and support and coping with the inevitable demise of their egos, you see. To give them the illusion that something like your ego will go to heaven. Ego is not going anywhere. It ends when this body ends because it's based on your identification with this body. Are you following? And for a person who is engaged in the spiritual process, this ability to transcend lower ego, and particularly the problem that it causes in our relationships with our intimate others, is crucial. If you are fighting all the time in your relationships with your husband, wife, and children, and you're trying to do something like meditation, you will be a dismal failure. Conflict, anger, and fighting, and all of this destroys the environment of harmony that is required for the successful practice of meditation. Are you following me? You can't be arguing and fighting with one another in your personal relationship and expect to be able to gain any kind of mastery over your mind and attention. You see, conflict agitates the mind. It doesn't calm it down. When you are in a state of anger, and that's why we talk about these perverted states of mind, because these perverted states of mind shuts down the experience of harmony and peace in a relationship, which is required in order for your spiritual practice and your sadhana to grow. So anger, lust, greed, attachment, vanity, and all of these are operating in your mind will always outcome in conflict in your human relationships. And remember, your human relationship is the context in which you must make spiritual progress. Make a note of that. There's no such thing as running to a cave in the Himalayan mountains and closing yourself in some kind of a cluster somewhere. Real spiritual progress is always made standing right here in the midst of your relationship with other human beings. And therefore, it is precisely in the context of your relationship with other human beings that you must transcend conflict for the sake of establishing my heart. Harmony. But I used to emphasize this over and over and over again. You must create a functional level of harmony in your relationships, in your house, in order to succeed at this abhyasa, at this spiritual discipline. Otherwise, you can't do it. There's no way to concentrate your mind after fighting with your wife all night long. Can't happen. You fighting with your children, guaranteed you will not have the ability to concentrate your mind. All of these impulses scatters the mind. That's what they do. And you can't concentrate with a scattered mind, can you? And this has been your experience, right? Your mind is scattered all over the place, but you probably should look into the quality of your relationship with those other people that you're interacting with. And you'll probably find that it's full of conflict because you are clinging to trying to force those other people to have the experience of an imaginary self that you created somewhere in middle school. Are you following our argument? So it's very important, if you're on the path in your practice in meditation, you must develop the ability to transcend conflict in your human relationship. Doesn't have to be perfect, but you must be able to reduce that conflict and disharmony to a level that makes it possible for you to bring some state of peace of mind to your practice. You will notice that people, whenever they make a list of the things that they seek in life in order for them to be happy, they will list all kinds of things, right? What are some of the things that go on our collective list for the sake of being happy? Money? Is that number one?
Yes.
Money,
Yes.
sex, what else?
Food.
Right? What else? Bodily comfort.
Nice crib.
That's what the money is. Money to buy the material things, right? That's pretty much it, right?
Good health.
Good health, that's bodily comfort. Right? That's about it, right? Yeah. And that's fundamentally what you're up to, isn't it? And you resort to religion and spirituality for the sake of aiding you in the accomplishment of this. Is that about right? So you tend to reduce religion and spirituality to the service of your ego. That's why you are not making any progress on the path. You're using the path for all the wrong reasons. Are you with me? path is about achieving peace of mind, because you need a certain level of peace of mind just to do the practice. Are you following me? What good is all this stuff if you don't have peace of mind? It's of no value whatsoever. So for those of us who have embarked upon the spiritual path and are engaged in this process, then you must be able to cultivate for yourself a basic and fundamental level of peace of mind so that you may have some possibility of succeeding at the task of meditation. Otherwise, you simply will fail, and you will continue to fail because you don't have no peace of mind at all. You worry about every damn thing, aren't you? You can't do any meditation with a mind full of worries, can you? And what are you worried about? You're worried about your money, your food, your sex, your bodily comfort, your material possessions, and those human things that you actually think you possess also. My wife, that's not yours. You don't possess anybody. You follow what I'm saying? We do not possess anybody, nor do anybody possess us. Make a note. Because as long as you think you are owned by your husband or your wife or your children, you'll never be able to devote the requisite time, energy, and attention to the process of spiritual development. Enlightenment and the pursuit of enlightenment will feel like betraying your wife. You follow me? You weren't born just to be somebody's husband, born just to be somebody's wife, or born just to be somebody's mama or daddy. You were born to become conscious of your own inherent divinity. That's what you're here for. You have had millions of husbands, wives, brothers, and sisters in all your prior lifetimes. What you never had in those lifetimes was the experience of who you are. So human lifetime should not be wasted on trivia, and that's really basically what you're up to. A trivial way of life. That's why it's not fulfilling. How can it be? It is based on trivia. Are you all, do this make sense to you? So, again, we must learn how to transcend these lower levels of ego. Now, a few more things before we begin to look deeper. You have to understand that spirituality, like everything else about human beings, is developmental. That's been the one great contribution that Western psychology has made to the culture of spiritual practice and so forth and so on, is the insight that everything about human beings is developmental. So we talk about various lines or aspects of our humanity that are developmental, just like our body is developmental. We start off at a certain weight, height, and grow, right, and we reach a certain potential. Well, everything else and every other dimension of a human being is also developmental. So we call those developmental lines, and there are many of them. We're only going to be talking about a few of them because they pertain to our subject, but you can clearly understand that there's something like a cognitive line, and there these lines develop, they unfold, they evolve, and there are stages of that evolution, right? So forth and so on, right? So we have a vertical axis. And you can see if a person, a cognitive line of development is maybe here, maybe their IQ is 60, right? And that will pretty much define a lot of what they can do as a human being. Because their cognitive development is arrested. You follow me? Another kind of line of development may be a musical line. These are really types of intelligences. We are made up of multiple intelligences, but those intelligences must be cultivated and developed in order to reach their highest potential. So let's say that a person that has a high level of musical intelligence developed, I mean, this is a person that becomes a musician that can play. You know, I can't play a damn thing. I'm musically able, you see, undeveloped, arrested, etc. Aesthetic, you know, art, creative, you know, all of these are various lines which merely represent different aspects of our own humanity. And theoretically, the lines are expand into infinity because as a human being, we're something infinite. In fact, one of the metaphysical definitions of ego is the experience of being a finite entity. And part of the spiritual process and purpose to help you transcend your presumption of being a finite being. Now, the particular lines of development that I wish to begin to address pertains to our sense of self. So that can be looked at as one of those lines as well. We call this the line of identity. And there are obviously stages. Now remember, I said earlier that who you believe you are dictates everything about your life. Who you believe and think you are will dictate every aspect of your life. It will determine your level of morality, so forth and so on. It will just really lock you in to only those experiences that are available to an individual at that level of development. So there's a line up for identity. The inner experience of self is developmental. Make a note. You should not be having the same experience of your inner self that you had when you were 4 years old. You should not be operating out of the same sense of self that you had in middle school. You should not be operating out of that same sense of self that you had in high school. You should have been growing. And the problem you see with most of us is that you stop growing. You have stopped growing. And most of us stop growing psychologically in high school. You know, most of us are stuck somewhere around 12 or 13 years old, psychologically and emotionally. You simply have not grown up. Bodies got big, yes. The other lines are arrested in your development. Hence, the accounting for your childlike behavior. Are you following me? So now let's look at some of these basic structures of ego, okay? The basic structures of ego. What structures unfold as we continue our development along the line of sense of self. And your sense of self is basically and technically based on what you are identified with. Now this will make more sense as we go on. I think I'll represent it vertically first, then use some concentric circles so that you can appreciate where I'm trying to get you to see here. The most basic level of your being that you can be identified with and have the experience of being a self, being the I. And most of you who are on the path already know the structure of the ego consists of I, me, and mine. And this construct of ego is developmental. And it is the most basic level of your sense of I, or me, or I am. I could sometimes call it I amness. Because ego technically is the feeling that I am. But the question, I am what? Yes, I am, but what? And usually the answer to the what part will dictate your sense of who and what you are. Are you with me? So some of us answer that question, I am what? With I am the body. So the body becomes the lowest level, the most basic level that our sense of who we are is couched in. I am the body. And of course that becomes problematic because you ain't food, right? You ain't like that guy Buddha talked about. You know this body gonna die, right? But if I'm the body, then I'm gonna die, right? And ain't a damn thing I can do about it. Well, that's gonna create a lot of anxiety, isn't it? Huh? And so, of course, psychologically, you're going to have to find a way to repress your anxiety, because how could you go outside the door? Because technically, anything can happen to you at any given moment that wipes out this body. Is that about right? So your life becomes problematic at that level of identification, simply because you identify with your body, which is impermanent, vulnerable. And separate from other bodies. So this is how you get another kind of a basic quality of the egoic condition, is that you feel separate from others. This feeling of being separate from others is because our identification with who we are is at the level of the body. Clearly these bodies are separate, therefore we're separate, right? Pure illusion. As we move deeper into our innermost being, you will find the experience of separation diminishes dramatically. This strong feeling that I am separate from the other only persists in you because you are identified at the very lowest level of your totality. Are you with me? Later on, we're going to see the psychosocial implications of your level of identity on this scale. Another possible answer to the question that we may put to ourselves to answer the question, who am I? That's the basic question. Besides the body, the next one is the sensations that goes in the body. You may be at another little higher level, right? Now remember, the next level automatically includes the one preceding it. Are you with me? That's very important, right? Because you're becoming a more complex being, right? Here you're just about like an amoeba in the scale of things. But nevertheless, if you are able to evolve, develop to the next level of one's sense of self, then you become identified with your sensation. So I'm the body, but more importantly, it's how I'm feeling in the body. Are you with me? I am sick, right? That's how a lot of people define themselves. You see, I'm sick. I am sickness. I am health. Or I am this, or I am that. You will base your identity on the condition of the physical body. Are you following me? And the circumstances under which that physical body exists. So perhaps we'll have an opportunity to unpack the implications of these levels of identification to a much greater degree. I'm not sure. We do have limited time in the room, but I wanted to get it out here for the benefit of those who have not made any kind of real serious investigation of the construct of their own self-experience at all. They have simply taken it for granted. Next, there's the body, but if you go to another level, a little bit more, then you identify with perception, things you see, touch, taste, smell, hear, feel, etc. you create a me. See, your me is that sense of self which you can make objective. Now follow me, because this gets to be so. You're able to objectify some sense of who you are, and that is what you call me. Your me is an object to your subjectivity. Are you with me? There's something subjective to the me. That's the I. Remember with the structure, I, me, mine. Are you all following me? Because this is really not easy stuff. This is Dharma. It's easy to remember. When I'm stuck at the level of the body, that is my subjective experience. I am that. The body is me, is the subject. It's subjective. When I evolve to the next level, what was subjective before becomes objective. So at this level, the body is my body. Are you with me? So forth and so on. You see how that is? So each higher level includes and objectifies the preceding level. Are you following me? But in any case, you become identified with your sensorial system of perception. You become identified with what you see. So forth and so on. Now, I'm not exhausting any of these. There's some books over there. Who am I, for those who are really not familiar with the argument of anatomy of the ego, and it can kind of catch you up. So, but I think you'll get the point. If you are able to open and evolve and go deeper into the nature of your true self, your sense of who you are moves deeper now. At this next level, you become associated with your thoughts. Thoughts. Become identified. Those are people you see, for instance, you identify with your opinions. I think this, I think that. You identify with your so-called knowledge. You follow me? That's why you see people willing to die in defense of their ideology. They identify with their ideology as being equal to who they are, right? I'm a Democrat, I'm a Baptist, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim. You follow what I'm saying? It's very ethnocentric. At the next level, there is the identification with feelings. I don't feel good. I feel I'm angry. I'm mad. I'm sad. I'm this. You identify with your feelings, which are transient, aren't they? Is that about right? Yeah. On his face? Did you see that?
Yeah.
On his face. I am mad. How long will that last? That's going to shift. You're going to be feeling some other way, but you identify with your feeling. All right? So I am depressed, and that sets up a whole series of behavior. Remember I said that your behavior is directly linked to and is an expression of your fundamental sense of identity. There's a kind of what I call psychologic. The psychological behavior is that if I'm identified with my depression, then I'm going to generate the behavior that is associated with that presumption. That being who I am, I'm going to behave like what depressed people are supposed to do, right? Because I am depressed, right? Now tomorrow I'll wake up and I'll be in some other feeling state, and then I'll become identified with that, right? And generate all of the behavior that goes with that presumption, who I am. Are you with me?
Yeah.
You will notice that one of the drawbacks of limiting your sense of self to your body is that now you're going to get caught up in racism, genderism, all that other kind of stuff. Are you with me? If you move a little deeper, if you can continue the process of growth, you don't get arrested. If you don't get fixated, because that's where these fixation can occur, isn't it? You can become fixated on your body-based sense of self, and you become fixated there, and you don't want to move from there. Are you with me? And you simply will not have any higher experience, inner experience of who you are. It will be locked at the level of I'm just this body. Are you following?
Yes,
And your whole life will be focused and devoted to somehow trying to defy what cannot be defied, death. That's what most of you are up to. You're trying to avoid dying. How are you going to avoid dying? I mean, really. How you going to pull that off? And you ain't doing anything to be prepared for that, are you? So as you get closer to death, you're going to become more and more fearful, aren't you? Sure you are. Sure you are. You all following this game so far? I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible. This is an immensely complex consideration. If you go deeper, then you will come to attention. You will become identified with your attention. I am that which I pay attention to. Because in order to have any other senses of what I am, I have to first become aware of through my attention. Are you with me? So attention becomes the fundamental basis of my sense of self. I am my attention. I am that which is attending to you. Oh, he just loved. Just look at me. I can sit on the edge of his seat. Oh, God. This ain't gonna help. Don't worry about this. Ain't gonna move you through them, okay? You remember what I said before, that the reality of your true nature must be personally experienced. Simply hearing about it and trying to imagine it on the basis of what you hear is not equal to the experience of your true self and your true nature. Then the next level in this interior recovery of coming closer and closer to your true nature is the experience of being just this pure awareness. But in the tradition it's called Saksin, or the witnessing consciousness. I am that which is witnessing whatever is arising. I am the witness of phenomena, not a part of the phenomena. There's something that witnessed the phenomena, isn't it? Even if you got real quiet, and you can kind of even feel it somewhere in the background. There's something that is witnessing your thoughts, but itself is not thinking. Isn't it? Yeah. There's something that is witnessing, is aware of your body, but itself is not the body. What is that? Something that witnesses your moods, your emotions, your feeling, but itself is not a mood or feeling. What is that? The Hindu sages says, Tattvamasi, thou art that. Or is somebody else aware of your thoughts? Is there somebody else that is aware of your body? What is this? That which is aware of your body, the movement of what something in me is aware of the cup in this whole experience. But it's not the cup, and it's not the hand that moves, it's not the tongue that tastes it, it is aware. Satsing. Pure awareness. Now remember, as I will begin to argue subsequently from here, that this growth and development, unfoldment of your sense of self radically transformed your experiences. Radically. Then there's, and I'm just going to limit it to 8, there's different schemas, models, to say the same thing. 8 is enough for our purposes. The final level of where you reach your true self, your Atman, the aham. This is a state of non-dual awareness. Non-dual awareness, meaning the experience of being separate from others, and others being different, drops out altogether. Hmm? You realize that there is only one reality, that is this awareness of mine. Everything is a modification of my own awareness. Hmm? It generates the experience of oneness. Hmm? So this can be, again, turned upside down, and you begin to see sort of like a vertical development of our sense of self. Are you with me? A vertical, the vertical stages of the development of self-awareness. Hmm? So again, from the bottom, body, sensations, perception, thoughts, feelings, attention, awareness, and non-dual awareness, which is just equal to God. God is that which is having the experience of being everything. Make a note. How could it be anything else? Okay. God realization, therefore, is when we are able to achieve the experience of being everything. How could it be anything else? When I'm having the experience of being everything, then what's the other? There is no. There's only one. Does that make sense to you? Right? I'm accelerating a little bit here. Because there's a lot of basic understanding that I'm pursuing, most of you in the room have, about the nature and structure of mind and how consciousness behaves and so forth and so on. So this is a kind of hierarchy, if you will, right? And this is the line of self-awareness, and you're at different levels. The key now for you is to ask yourself, what level of identity are you operating from? What is the fundamental and basic ground of who you think you are, where you are at? Are you living your life operating on the presumption that you're the body? Is that what you're up to? Got to find that out. And it's ego all the way up. And here, the more ego. But the ego becomes more and more true. Ego is not a bad word. Ego simply means the feeling of I am. What makes it a problem is the false feeling of that I am. Are you with me? There is a real ego. There is a real, genuine I amness. That I amness is for real. That feeling, that I am that you have, that's for real. The problem is what you have filled it in. When you say I am the body, you have contracted yourself. Are you with me? The identification with your I amness as being confined to the boundary of the body is the lowest contraction of the self that is available to the human being. Well, maybe one lower. You can be identified with your belongings, your objects. And there are a few like that, right? Huh? Yeah. It's even worse. I mean, you are your car. Somebody hit your car in the zone, right? It's like they hit you. Is that about right? Sadhana and spiritual development is about realizing higher and higher, deeper and deeper experiences of your sense of self. That's what spirituality is about. so you can sit down on your meditation cushion and do your clock meditation and arise from it, and you still feel fundamentally to be the same person you were when you sat down. There's been no movement. Are you with me? Any questions about this? Because we're gonna be going into this thing. Yes, dear.
So is it the quality of the meditation that will allow you to move through the stages properly?
Mhm.
So it's the quality, so it's, okay.
You got it. You said it right. You can't improve upon that. Our situation is like this. Again, here's the bodily level of our being. And then sensations. Then the thoughts. No, perception. Then thoughts. So forth and so on. And here is where we're at. In traditional spiritual literature, we call this the heart. When we talk about the heart, we're not talking about this organ in the body. This is the heart. Heart means, in the sense, the heart of the thing. You know what I mean? The heart of it. To the core of it, down to the absolute, most atomic state, the heart. This is the heart. And in order to realize the heart level of your being, you got to do some something. You can't even imagine it because it's beyond your mind, which is doing the imagining in the first place. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, beloved.
How can you recognize the levels?
Well, you will recognize them in the actual experience of meditation. That's how we come to know the level. These levels have been identified by those who have made the journey. And they're able to describe them for us. And otherwise, we wouldn't even know, because the vast majority of us are born and we are locked into the presumption that we are the body. And you never move beyond that. You live, breathe, do whatever you are doing, and then you die, always under the presumption that you are the body. The gospel is the good news that you're not the body. That's the gospel. That is the revelation that saints and sages bring us. They said, "Oh man, oh woman, you are not just this body. You are actually sparks of divinity. You are God. You are divine. You have a soul. You have a spirit. You see, and you need to live your life on the basis of the recognition of that, and not on the presumption of being just a physical body, as science will have us do. You see, that's what scientism is about. Scientism is about reducing who we are to a set of a handful of dust, some atoms, and so forth and so on. Yes, beloved.
Yeah, if we reach the ultimate stage of awareness in the body, so is it the goal is at the moment of your death to be there with that, or will it just have it?
You won't even have a moment of death, because death is pertaining to that. Follow me?
Yes, sir.
Now remember, you don't lose access to none of these dimensions of being. You're just having the experience of a body from the recognition of who you are. And that's a whole different trip. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
So you haven't, all of this is enfolded and included, but transcended at this point, the heart. And the process begins with the withdrawal of attention. Remember, at one of these levels here, we have attention. Because you can't have any experience without attention, right? So our attention goes out, and that's what picks up our thoughts. Something has to be, you got awareness, takes the form of attention. Now, by giving our attention, we have the experience of our thinking, the experience of our feeling, the experience of our body, the sensation in this body, all the way out to the objective world. All of that is experienced via your attention. So your attention runs all the way out, right? That which you do not attend, you don't even experience. Make a note. Are you following me?
So are you saying if you don't attend to the body, you don't have the experience?
You will not have the
So
experience.
that's how you know when you're doing meditation, right?
There you go. There you go. So since this is the a motion of consciousness. Consciousness is a motion. Now we have to understand a little bit about quantum mechanics here. You see, as I said before, this Dharma is profound knowledge. It includes all of the insights from cutting-edge physics, medicine, all of it. You see, it is the source of all that knowledge. In any event, you have to understand, you remember from your high school science, centrifugal and centripetal forces? You all remember all of that? Right? The centrifugal force goes out from the center, centripetal brings it back towards it, right? So your attention is in the centrifugal mode. It's going out. It has to go out to pick. That's how you create experience. If the attention didn't move, how would you experience? You wouldn't. To transcend that, it must be turned around, right? We call that withdrawing the attention, interiorizing the attention. And that's what meditation is about. It's about withdrawing your attention from that which is not you to that which you are. And once you withdraw that attention and rediscover and re-experience your true nature, and it goes back out again because it's constantly moving. On this redescent, it's an entirely different experience. It is the redescent of attention. Once you have been able to bring yourself all the way back to this level and had the experience and recognition of your true nature, and when you move, the consciousness moves again back out, the experience is altogether different. The experience, for instance, the experience of separateness drops out, right? So the other is not your enemy. That's what accounts for these sages and saints full of so much love. You follow what I'm saying? Jesus, Mahavir, Buddha, these great beings are able to be loving because they're not having the experience of you being separate from them. Now you trying to be loving while clinging to the belief you're separate. How you gonna pull that off? You can't. But that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to love somebody, but you're still presuming that other person to be separate from you. Love can only happen when you have transcended the experience of separateness. Make a note. Let me be very clear about this because many of you are under some kind of illusion that you can remain trapped at your lower level of ego development and accomplish something called love. Get real. Get straight here. In your egoic condition, you're not even capable of love. You're barely capable of attachment. Are you following? I mean, it's important that you follow me, right? Because that's one of the reasons you haven't had love, because you don't know what it is. You're confusing it with romanticism. This ain't about no damn romanticism. You follow what I'm saying? This is about the transcendence of the actual felt experience, the heartfelt realization of the universal oneness with everything and everyone. Yes, brother.
Yes, so can you say that time is the ego's enemy, not love?
Time is the ego's enemy?
Not love.
The ego, yeah, I guess that's one way you can look at it, in the sense that the ego, remember, the ego is not really technically trying to love nobody. That's just a saying. Because really what you're up to, even when you say I'm trying to love somebody, what you're really doing, you're loving them for your sake. Make a note. Is that right? Right. You are loving them for your own sake. Is that about right? It ain't for their sake. Is it? You're treating them right for your own sake, because if I treat them right, then they will do what?
Treat me right.
There you go. It's business. Nothing wrong with that. But don't confuse business with real relationship. Are you with me? It's after consciousness has moved in the centripetal direction back to the heart, and then expands out again. This going out and coming back, and the tradition has been called spanda. Spanda. In Kashmir Shaivism, they talk about the spanda karita and so forth and so on. There's a whole set of scriptures, the agamas. I know y'all gonna go out to the library and try to get you a copy of the agamas, and you won't understand a word of it. But you'll be trying to read it and imagine what is the experience of the realization of a heart like. Is it like this or like that? And then you become content with some imaginary concept you fabricated, and you won't do a damn bit of Solomon, which is the only way you ever going to have the experience of the heart. You're never going to have it listening. You listen to 10,000 arguments like this. This is not equal to the experience. I am simply here to motivate you to have the experience. You follow me? To speak to you of your possibilities. You see? You can be so much more than what you have settled at being, which is just a body. Any questions about it? I sort of want to leave a little time for interaction. So you have to observe my time constraints here. All right. So, again, your level at which you are generating your sense of self will dictate every aspect of your life living. All of your behavior will be consistent with that sense of self that you're operating on. Are you with me? Well, naturally then, your sense of who you think you are definitely going to shape the quality of the relationship that you have with others. Is that about right? It would dictate how you will function within the context of those relationships. Are you with me? When you are able to expand your sense of self-identity, your experience of self to higher and higher levels, then it changes how you interact with other people. That's been my argument for the last half an hour here. So we want to see what do that look like in a kind of psychosocial sense of the word. Are you with me? So what are the psychosocial phenomena that correlates with the respective level of legal development? Would that be something of interest to you? Or does that sound like too much gobbledygook on a Sunday afternoon? Right? All right. So for that, let me give you another model, okay? And so let's say if you're operating at the at level 1 in terms of your ego development, in terms of your relationships, and again we'll talk about the developmental stages, the psychosocial stages of human relationships, how you will function in that relationship. Well, naturally, if you're at the level of body, you're going to be governed out of the impulse for money, food, sex, bodily comfort, right? So in your relationship with others, you're really operating at an instinctual level, aren't you? Pretty much, right? You get horny, you jump on your wife. It's instinctive. There's no romance, there's no foreplay. It's just instinctive. Right? Right? Is that about right?
Yes, sir.
Purely instinctive. Right? You come in where the food you eat and you don't say thank God. Ain't got nothing to do with etiquette. I'm hungry, feed me. That's it. That's how you will function in your relationship. Instinctual. At the level of just seeking to get your needs fulfilled and then go back to sleep. Sleep and eat, procreate, you know what I mean, have some sex and so, but that's about it. Now, that means that the other person that you're in a relationship with is probably not going to have a good experience with you. It's probably going to be a lot of conflict in that level of relationship. Are you with me? Especially if two base 1 people get together. It's going to be murder, right? Somebody going to get killed, right? And it's really interesting that bear witness in the statistics. 65% of all homicides that occur in our country occur within the context of a husband-wife relationship. How about that? Doesn't surprise me. It's, you know what I mean? It makes sense to me, right? It's like two animals, you know, you throw a bone and these dogs gonna fight. You know what I mean? That's what it is. So it's low quality. If you're at the next higher level and so forth and so on, then the relationship tends to be characterized by animism. animistic, meaning, you know, magical. Magical. Magical thinking-based relationship. Magical thinking-based relationship. We're gonna get married and we gonna never fight. Magical thinking. Magical thinking.
Is that with the sensation, does that line up with the sensation?
Well, I'm just
Or you
using
just
a
kinda
difference,
just-
yeah.
Okay.
Magical thinking-based relationship. We're gonna live happy ever after. We're gonna have a big house. We're going back to everything. Well, we're gonna create utopia in the midst of this, the appalling chaos of the universe. We're gonna snatch out and we're gonna make our little life together utopia. All this hell and chaos going around us, but our life is gonna be perfect. Magical thinking. Is that about right? Y'all recognize that one, don't you? Yeah. Now, we're just about done with most of the relationships. I don't know why I need to go beyond here. But you all understand that? Magical thinking based, animistic. You know what I mean? It's really way out. Way out. Another stage, psychosocial stage in the development of our relationship with one another is best called egocentric. Clearly we recognize that one. That's where, when we are in a relationship and the whole focus is on me. It's about me. It ain't even about the other person I'm in a relationship with. It's strictly about me. What you do for me. All about me. My happiness, you see? Love me. The demand that we place on others is that you love me and be the source of my happiness. I ain't gonna do a damn thing for myself. What can you do? What can you make me happy?
What can you do for me?
What can you do for me?
Janet Jackson.
Janet Jackson. Love has nothing to do with it. This is what can you do for me, right? That kind of relationship is characterized by our placing the burden of our happiness on others, and that is too much of a burden to put on any other being. Is that about right? But that's why we're in relationship. I married you so you can make me happy. Shit. You know what I mean? You way late, man. It's been 15 years. Where's my happiness? Give me my happiness, I'm gonna divorce you. That is the mentality. Follow me? Egocentric. Incapable of sacrificing one's own self-interest and the interest of the beloved. Can't do it. At all. Self-possessed. It is an ugly phenomenon, you see. But this is what it is. And it's not just with our wife and children, but it's with anybody. We are egocentric in all our relationships across the board, right? I'm there to make some money. I don't care if this company goes bankrupt. Shit, just give me my check. You follow what I'm saying? I mean, that's the attitude. You ain't trying to do no good job. You just trying to get your 8 hours out of the way. Just going through the routine. You know what I mean? But you want your paycheck. You don't care how low sales are. I don't give a damn about that with my check. Right? Egocentric in all of your relationships. Are you with me? Even with the environment, you don't care nothing about water and the atmosphere. What do you care about that stuff, man? You know? As long as I can get my tank filled, that's all I'm concerned about. I don't care about the emissions and all that other stuff. What do that have to do with me? You follow what I'm saying? Egocentric, operating in your relationships based on the presumption of being completely separate and independent of the other, and the other has absolutely nothing to do with your own condition. You follow me? You're disconnected. So I don't care what happened to the other. You follow what I'm saying? As long as I get mine. Egocentric. There's another kind, and this is more of a conformist. And remember, each of these include the other, you know all that, right? kind of conformist, a kind of ethnocentric posture and stance, you see. That's a kind of relationship that is based on the phenomena of us. You become a us. It's me and you because, you know, we're black. You know what I mean? So we're gonna stay together. You know what I mean? Give me a good black woman. Give me a good white man. Whatever it is. Are you with me? Ethnocentric. Your group. Are you with me? You have a kind of herd mentality. It's a little bit better than the egocentric. You could take others' needs and feel into consideration, but they must be a part of us. They must be a part of your group. Are you with me?
Yep.
I don't care nothing about the Jews and white people. I only care about black people. That's, you know what I'm saying, ethnocentric. You know, locked into that. You see, you don't identify with certain parts of humanity. You know what I mean? Everybody outside your group ain't even a human being, as far as you're concerned. Or outside, who don't work for your company, or who is not in my family, you know, or who is not one of my kids. I care about my kids. I don't care about no other kids. You follow what I'm saying? It's a kind of
Professionals. Professionals. Like
professional
groups.
But yeah, you can have any of those. You can be identified as being a lawyer, and then it's the group of all lawyers, all teachers. You see, that becomes your whole way of interacting based on who is with us and who is not with us. And that's about it. But at least it's you can expand a little bit. The next one is rational. Your psychosocial style of interaction with others is kind of rational. You know what I mean? I mean, now you can bring some kind of reflection on it and consider others, people, and things of that nature. You're not just moving strictly off of instinct. You know what I mean? You're trying to live your life on the basis of what makes sense. You think about it. You follow what I'm saying? You weigh it. There's some level of critical thinking going on. You see that? That's a part of what dictates how you interact with other people. You know what I mean? You become a little bit more conscious in your relationship. This is the beginning of what I call conscious relationship. It has its beginning there. You're more conscious in the relationship. As you become more conscious, you become more pluralistic. More pluralistic. You can take in more points of views, you know what I mean? That cuts down on the conflict, because you can appreciate the other person's opinion, where they're coming from. It don't necessarily have to line up with yours. I understand that. I can see you grant them the right to have their own perspective. Yes?
Now, can you be at different levels of those depending on what the relationship is?
Yeah, they will fluctuate in different relationships, different roles. You're absolutely right. None of this is rigid. That's why I don't really like this kind of style. But I'm just trying to give you some idea. Someone bleeds over into the other one. But fundamentally, they're pretty developmental in that sense. You know what I mean? They unfold. But different relationships, you're different ways in those relationships. These I'm speaking about here is more or less a kind of chief characteristic, something that characterizes most of the relationship. That I want you to find your principal disposition in relationships. Are you with me? Now there may be one relationship where you're pluralistic, but that's with your boss. But it ain't nobody else that you're pluralistic with. Are you following me? So pluralistic is not your fundamental disposition. Are you with me? You're being phony in those moments. So that's pseudo-pluralism, right? Real pluralism is everywhere, isn't it? Did that make sense to you, dear? Okay. And then there's the holistic. Again, this is an evolution of conscious relationship, another level of conscious relationship. It's holistic, and you all understand that concept. Big picture. You know what I mean? You can relate based on the big picture. Follow me? You have vision. the relationship exists within the context of vision. Follow me? You know, some birthday next month, and you just happen to be in the store and you see a nice little thing, you buy it now. You know what I mean? Right? Y'all look at all the men are blank. They don't know what that means. They can't conceive of buying you something before your birthday. You know what I mean? Maybe an hour before they get home. Yes. A month ahead of time. No. But the relationship is holistic. You're looking at all of the relationship. You know what I mean? Looking at all the other person needs, bodily needs, sexual needs, attention needs. You're trying to move them through that whole hierarchy of Maslow. You know what I mean? You're trying to grant them the freedom to be themselves, authenticity. You're trying to relate to the whole person. You know what I mean? You're trying to get into my art with the whole of the other. Are you with me?
Does that? Do you negate yourself when you do that? Is that
Not if you love. You see, that's why I was saying that we have to really enjoy the distinction, because love means that I'm entering into this relationship with no thoughts for myself. It's a whole different thing. And the ego can't conceive of that. Being in a relationship, I ain't gonna get nothing out of this thing. Right? Ego can't conceive of that. Ego can't do that. You see, the ego can talk about love and wax eloquently about it and read books about it and write poetry about it, but it can't do I love you. You follow me? It can't do I love you. Because that's a sacrifice, you see? And that is why most of us are afraid of love. Because to move into that posture, one must be willing to be wounded for the sake of love, you see? You see, you must be willing to hang on a cross, literally, for the sake of love. You follow me? And ego can't do that. Ego can't sacrifice its own selfish interest with nobody. You see, you can't do that. So yes, the negation of ego, by definition, beloved, has to occur if you are ever going to be capable of really being a real lover. You know what I mean? Not in the Don Juan sense of the word. You know what I mean? Or the JC sense of the word, right? I'm not talking about hip-hop lovers, right? I'm talking about Mahavira. You follow me? I'm talking about Buddha. I'm talking about Ptahotep. I'm talking about Dadu, Lao Tzu, Zarathustra. I'm talking about Mirabai, Sajoba, Saint Teresa. I'm talking about men and women who have the capacity to do I love you beyond the limitation of their rhetoric. And then, of course, there's the integral oneness, right? That experience of separation between you and the beloved disappears. One soul, two bodies. You see my point? Whole another thing. The complete transcendence of this conflict. You know what I mean? Maharaji used to always define love as the response to others based on our identification with them as being equal to who we are. Maharaji used to always say that love is based on our ability to identify with others, to become one with others, at that most fundamental level. You see my point? The transcendence of the experience of separateness in our relationship with our intimate others, right? To become one. Even though traditional and conventional wedding vows are about establishing that as a, is that about right? As a criteria for being legally wedded, to become one, right? Because unless this oneness has occurred psychologically and emotionally, then there can't be no real, genuine love. Yes, it could be good business, good arrangement, and nothing wrong with that. I'm not condemning it as such. But if you're looking for love, you must develop the ability to transcend the experience of separateness within the context of your relationship with the beloved. Otherwise, that ain't gonna happen. and driven out of your ego, you keep trying to act like you love somebody. And you keep failing. You're trying to act like you love them, but as soon as they're out of sight, you banging a wall. God damn it, I hate that. Is that about right? Sure. It's an act. Yes, it's normal. Yes, you trying. Yes, you want to be a lover. Yes, true. And you're doing your damnedest to be that, right? But you can't pull it off because you're trying to accomplish it from the disposition of the presumption of being separate from the other. And no genuine love can occur in that case. Are you all following me?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's a certain level of development that as spiritual practitioners, you simply must become capable of, right? And you definitely, you gotta, these are barely minimum. I mean, you gotta get up here. On the path, you must become capable of conscious relationship. You must move to that level of psychosocial development. Otherwise, you don't have a shot in hell in succeeding at this thing called sadhana spiritual practice. Yes, beloved?
Number 8 is not legible. So.
Oh, integral. I'm sorry. Are you all following me?
Yes, sir.
These are prerequisites. Because it's only by reaching the conscious level of relationship that you're going to be able to create the kind of harmony and ma'at within the context of your relationship that now will give you that quality and state of mind that makes concentration and meditation possible for you. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
If you're on the path, you have to understand you can't be careless. It's all right for worldly people that's really not interested in achieving much more than food, money, and sex with their life. It's okay for them to be careless and casual about it. If you're on the path, you cannot be careless. And you cannot be casual about it. And you must cultivate and develop the ability to at least operate from some level of conscious relationship. No fooling, no kidding. All right? Say, I want to make that clear because one of the vows that we take when we come to path, you must live an ethical, moral, upright life. That don't mean just don't steal. And don't commit adultery. That ain't the whole of ethical and moral. The saints are trying to point to you must achieve this level. Sila, right conduct. Follow me? You must get that. You must really get it. Yes, beloved?
And that development is not complementary. It comes from you actually consciously working at those kind of things. I mean,
Consciously.
That's aside from the level of development you get from meditation.
Well,
Or is
actually,
meditation helping this as
meditation
well?
helps it. In fact, when you say meditation, I'm going to qualify that. That meditation that actually involves your withdrawing your attention successively into deeper and deeper states of your own interiority, that kind of meditation automatically produces these higher levels.
These higher levels.
They are byproduct of. They're almost a signs of them. Maharaji used to always say that you can't look at a person and judge where they're at spiritually by looking in their head. How would you know? You can't. You know, they said that the signs of spiritual progress is that you become more loving. To be loving means that you enjoy a certain level and capacity for engaging conscious relationship. You can be more loving, right? And that automatically happens if you're doing meditation right. But it cannot occur through a purely psychological and intellectual process. It ain't gonna never happen like that. You follow what I'm saying? Because there's an actual transformation in the experience of separateness between you and others that has to be diminished, right? It has to be diminished. And you can't diminish that with psychological tricks. You follow me? So, in some sense, Viveka Rock, yes, you do have to do some meditation to get there. The meditation has to be complete and perfect? No, but it must be of that quality. If you're just sitting there with your eyes closed and the clock, hands are moving, and you ain't doing no withdrawal of attention, that ain't technically meditation, right? So technically, real meditation automatically will produce. That's how we know you're doing real meditation. But I used to always say that our meditation, our sadhana, our abhyasa should make us better human beings, make you a better husband, better wife, better son, better employee. Makes you better. Don't make you an asshole. You follow what I'm saying? Right? That all must be transcended. Any questions about it? Again, what I'm trying to communicate to you with the limited words that are at my disposal is some of the preconditions that you simply must address if you truly expect, reasonably expect, to make something like spiritual progress. This is the business you have to get down to. No fooling, no kidding. So your whole concept of an attitude toward spiritual practice, toward sadhana, has to evolve. Again, and just for those who might not have been at satsang, I'm just going to revisit these developmental stages of the right attitudes that are required for the sake of making genuine spiritual growth and development. And then Sabrina will talk about the vertical awareness piece that you had. You remember at satsang, on a past occasion, I was talking to you about the role that your attitude towards spirituality plays in your development, the quality of your practice, and so forth and so on. You all remember that? And I said that there's a kind of level of an approach to meditation that is based on ignorance, right? Ignorance based. You remember all of those? That's when you are involved in this discipline that is sadhana, abhyasa, and you don't even know what's going on. You don't even understand it. You follow what I'm saying? You don't have a clue as to how this process works, the reason for it or anything. You're ignorant. You just hide that ignorance. And you hide that ignorance with belief. Your beliefs are simply a way of you covering up your fundamental ignorance. You try to make your belief function as knowledge. And beliefs are not equal to knowledge. Beliefs exist in the absence of knowledge. And very often, merely to serve as a cover for your ignorance, because the ego don't want to ever admit that it's what? Ignorant. The ego is always right. You all know what I'm talking about, right? The ego is rightophobic, all right? It's afraid of not being right, wrongophobic. So you have to look and see if this is what you have brought to the path. You have to examine that. And the tradition we call them bhukti, and mukti. Mukti means, are you after freedom, or are you trying to fulfill some desire, some worldly desire? So you got to get your bhukti and your mukti straight. You follow me? So when we are operating out of a belief in meditation, the belief in meditation does not produce the results of meditation. It's just a belief. When we say, well, I believe that just by sitting here and letting the clock hands roll around, even though I'm not concentrating my mind, I ain't even trying to concentrate my mind, that I'm going to derive some benefit from that. No. You ain't going to get nothing from that. I'm just here to tell you the flat out truth. I have no vested interest. Nothing happening from that. Are you with me? You can believe in the guru, but if that belief in the guru does not result in doing right meditation, that's bullshit. You follow what I'm saying? That ain't gonna work. Nobody gonna save you. Gotta do the work. Are you with me? The ego never wants to do the work. The ego is always looking for something for nothing. Write that down. And you bring your same old egoic impulses and behavior to the path. You're looking for something for nothing. Fundamentally, that's what you're up to, isn't it? You want God, but you don't want to do no work. You want to become enlightened, but you don't want to do the work.
That's right.
You want love, but you don't want to sacrifice for it. You want it to fall out of the sky. You want the perfect man to drop down from heaven, or the perfect one. That ain't going to happen. You build relationship. That's work. That's why the vow says, for better or worse, there's going to be some worse. Can you handle the worse? There's going to be some worse. You got to do that work. I used to say, just in the conventional sense of the word love and relationship, it's 20 years to get to love. That's 20 years of work. You got to be together 20 years, go through some hell. Then maybe, if you love, you can have a ekarasa, a taste of love. Yes, Minister.
So you can say everything you do or your goal should be to achieve unconditional love?
Unconditional love, unconditional freedom. That can be your goal. Nothing wrong with that. But it must be more than just an intellectual goal. You must do the work that brings that into reality. Are you with me? And that requires something more than just your mere beliefs. So you got to really get into this thing here, right? And you really got to examine yourself. No fooling, no kidding. You got to see where you at. You got to see what you up to. You got to look and find that motive. Are you with me? But I'm telling you that the ego, by nature and definition, always, without exception, seeks something for nothing. It wants maximum return, minimum effort. That's how the ego functions. Are you following me? And that's how the ego functions in relationship to the path. You want to do minimum meditation, maximum spiritual outcome. Is that about right? Is that about right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you see the same thing in our relationship. You want to make the minimum sacrifice, have the other person love you to death. Is that about right? Sure it is. It's egoic.
Sounds like leverage.
Yes, yes. So you can be engaged in the religio spiritual process, operating from its lowest level, which is governed by just mere beliefs. And you're not willing to do anything more than that. That's why these kind of conventional religions have such wide appeal, right? Because all you got to do to be saved is what? Believe. That's easy, ain't it?
Yep.
That's no sadder than that, right? You ain't got to hang on no cross, right? But if you had to hang on the cross, you have to reconsider this business about being a Christian, right? But it's very interesting. Those who actually were disciples of Christ, who actually was apostles, and just not calling themselves apostles 2,500 years later, you follow what I'm saying? Arrogating to themselves the status of apostle, this, apostle, that. You follow what I'm saying? Those who really were apostles, who really were in discipleship to the great master, the vast majority of them died how? Do you know your history? You don't know your history? Huh? Yeah, they were killed, but they died on the cross. They were crucified. Peter, in fact, being humble and out of respect for his guru, Jesus, requested that when it came time to crucify him, his request was crucify me upside down. Ain't one that died in the man, Jesus died. Hang my ass up upside down and do what you got to do. Can you Christians do that? No? Can't jump in the line then? No? No? Didn't think so. But it's easy to believe. Right? Easy to believe. That's why people flock to belief-based spiritual systems, because they don't have to do anything. The ego loves it. All I got to do is give you $20 a week and show up at least one Sunday out of the month, and I go to heaven, Pastor? That's a deal, man. The money. That's a deal. And you will pray for me? I don't even have to do that. Man, you're a fool if you ain't getting into this thing. Are you with me? Hey, really. It appeals to the ego. Conventional religion. Fundamentalism. In all of its religious garb. Whether it's fundamental Christians, fundamental Muslims, fundamental Buddhists, fundamental Jews, doesn't matter. They own 70% of the minds on the planet. Isn't that interesting? 70% of the minds on the planet are owned by this kind of belief-based religion. Don't that tell you something? Right? And one of the underlying mechanisms that is generating so much terrorism is the fact that most of this belief-based religion that is propagated in the world and subscribed to by 70% of the world is not out of touch with modern science and reality, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it's based on a lot of what they call myth. You know what I mean? Moses parting the Red Sea, that shit can't go over now, right?
Right.
Right? People laugh at that, right? And so the people who are fundamentalist Jews, you know, they have to believe this. This is the condition for their salvation, right? So now that's a dilemma, right? How do I cling to the myth that is the basis for my salvation based on my belief? I got to believe this in order for me to be saved, right? In the face of modernity. Problem is difficult now, right? Because modernity doesn't want to make room for this nonsense, right? So what they're experiencing on the one hand then is a need to live their belief, but the problem is that they're in a society that will not let them live it. You can't bring this shit up in this public school system. Y'all, you know what I mean? My religious right and freedom. I mean, they feel pressure, right? And so they become against modernity. Are you with me? We're going to destroy modernity, aren't we? Because they can't let me be a fundamentalist. Right? And that's it, really. I need to be a fundamentalist. I got to live my fundamentalism, and I can't do that if y'all going to be trying to do this thing like separation of church and state and democracy. You know, it suppresses my religion. And you have terrorists who are furious about it, to the point of killing themselves and killing you along with themselves.
Right.
Because you are clamping down and suppressing my practice of my religion. 70% of humanity on the planet, their minds are owned by belief-based religion. And a version of religion that is far removed from that original religion in the first place. Practicing a Christianity that looks absolutely nothing like Christianity looked contemporary to Jesus. Practicing an Islam that looks absolutely nothing like the Islam that was introduced by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. A Buddhism that does not look anything like the Buddha, so forth and so on. So don't get me started on the horrors that have occurred in the world based on the doings of these fanatics and fundamentalists and narrow-minded people that usually approach religion content and dependent on the salvation being had really on the basis of their belief, and no Sodom and no spiritual sacrifice is required. Where are you at? Have you brought your egoic, belief-based attitude to the path? And if you have, you're in trouble. For real. Because the guru is never going to be content with your belief. That's what distinguishes the guru from the pastor. The pastor wants you to believe. The guru wants you to experience. Please make a note. The guru demands you to have your experience. You can't know anything about your true nature based on hearing my argument. And then sitting there rubbing your chin trying to imagine what your true nature must be like. You must really engage the ordeal that is Sodom. And really transform your field of experience. No fooling, no makes it more akin to science than to religion. Let me move on because the hour's getting late and Baradaji is out of his tape and he's going to become very angry if I say anything that he didn't get recorded. You got him, right? All right. And again, I'm just going to move through that, then we're going to open up the floor. I'm going to say a piece or two about set burning request, and then we're going to close out here today. The next level of attitude that we talked about is fear-based. Fear-based religion. Your attitude toward the path, toward religion, is fundamentally the outcome of your fear. You're afraid. You're fearful. And what are you afraid of? The vicissitudes of life. So you practice religion in order to protect yourself from the vicissitudes of life. Fundamentally, is that right?
Yes.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
Sure. I go to church, I worship God, so I won't get cancer. I keep my job, and my children will be hunky-dory. Fundamentally, right? Fear. About right? Protection, right? The search for safety and security and protection. And we bring that same ego impulse and mentality to the path. Because you're the same person you was after initiation that you were when you got initiated. Are you following me? Before you were this person, you get initiated, you're still that person, but you got an opportunity to grow. But you're still fundamentally that person. Most of you are still stuck where you were when you first got initiated in terms of your psychosocial development. Attitudes. Are you with me?
Yes.
Still operating out of fear. Fear-based sadhana. So let me do my mantra, let me repeat my mantra so I can win the lottery. This is insane. Give Bhagwan picture, look at it, do a repetition so I can get hired. Insane. Right? Put his picture on my car so to crank up my bed. Crazy. Do my meditations because if I don't, something bad may happen today. Crazy. Fear-based. Always a reaction to some kind of crisis in your life. When you're in a crisis, then you want to, worship God through your sadhana. The moment the crisis ends, what happened to your sadhana worship? Disappears. Doesn't it? Sure. Now, I'm not going to exhaust these things, but I just wanted to remind you. Then there's greed. Greed-based sadhana and religion. That kind of attitude where it's just about getting material things. You know, prosperity-based religion. You know what I'm talking about. Creflo Dollar and all of the boys.
Johnny Cole.
Johnny Cole, yeah. Here's your prayer for all prayer on this year. You get some money, Lord gonna bless you with a big house. Give me that $100. You want a house, give you 100. You get your house, bless you. You heal his cancer. You take away her pain. Send me a husband. I pray. Girl, I'm praying for a husband. That's what you go to church to do. Get down on your knee, pray, Lord, send you a man. Greed. You lack the ingenuity in the industry to get all that stuff for yourself. So you say, God, you get it for me. I can't get that stuff. I ain't that bright. I don't want to work that hard. You just, give me that stuff, right? Greed-based. And it's a kind of greed-based sadhana, isn't it? Buddha Saba, I'm attempting to do this or that ego project. Would you give me your blessings and prayers? Is that all right? Is that about right? Greed-based. Next one is intellectual. Now remember, these are evolutions. the intellectual-based attitude toward religion in Solomon is really characterized by the presumption that by hearing this argument over and over again, reading mountains of books, all right, that by reading and hearing about self and God realization and constructing concepts and imaginations about it all in my mind, that that is equal to the experience of enlightenment. You're trying to figure it out. You can't figure it out. You see? One of the other characteristics of the ego-bound condition is that it's always full of doubt. Doubt, fear, laziness. You know, we'll expand our list as we go. Full of doubt. Trying to figure it out. And then come up with some kind of outcome of their figure that will be a good substitute for the real deal. Not really interested in doing no sadhana, love talking about it. Make a note. Oh man, I love me some talk about sadhana, right? We had a good cooler meeting, man. But no practice the next morning. Practice was absent. But you sure had a good time talking about the means and methods by which you can attain enlightenment and how that's all going to look and what you will be capable of doing. You know what I mean? And you even got a few people straight about it because they thought that once you become enlightened, this could happen and you corrected it. Right? So you're using your intellectual knowledge for good. You follow what I'm saying? It's the intellectual. They like to make theories. They like to make dogma. They like to make doctrines. And they enjoy that. It consoles them. Are you with me? Big talkers. Big talkers. Big talkers. And some don't talk at all because that's just another flip side. The silent intellect. Their mouth will not move, but in their brain, their philosophy just run. They can't even meditate. Their mind can philosophize all night. Is that about right? Sure. So either way, it doesn't matter. It's an internal state that is being pointed to. Just Kabir Sahib, though, did say that you almost always will recognize him because of that kind of incessant talking, looking for anybody to talk to about great spiritual matters. Talk to a dog. Hey, dog. Hey, cat, parakeet, everything. Let me tell you about enlightenment, how to attain it. The only condition that they have is that you must agree with me. Of course, you know, the ego always has that. You got to let them be right. Let them be right there. You'll never get rid of them. But they won't do any silence. They never engage the process. They will talk about Jesus. They will talk about Muhammad. They will talk about the high quality of Jesus' life and Muhammad's life and Buddha's life. They'll quote scriptures. They're very good at quoting scriptures. Right? But they will live by it. They don't think it's necessary to live it. Then, I'm getting ready to speed this up a little bit. Sadhana based on intelligence. Now I'm going to all these things in detail, so I'm not going to exhaust them. I'm just putting them back out there for the benefit of those who did not have the advantage of being present on that occasion. Then there's a kind of spiritual and religious enterprise that is based on your intelligence. Your movement toward the path is based on your ability to discern and distinguish that which is true from that which is false. You're really a seeker of the truth. You follow me? Not information about it, you want the truth. and you're willing to make all kinds of sacrifice for that sake. You know, we've already talked about the distinction between intelligence and the intellect, so we won't have to revisit that. But there is a kind of a attitude toward religion and spiritual practices that is grounded in one's profound intelligence. You don't have to psych yourself up for it every morning. Are you with me? You don't have to go through that ritual, right? Trying to talk yourself into your practice by reminding yourself, either with books, tapes, videos, or whatever. You simply have seen things the way things really are. You've seen the truth. Truth ain't gonna change. You don't have to revisit it the next day. That is what distinguishes it from intellectual knowledge. It's true. And absolutely true. Which means for all time. It ain't gonna never be different. Tomorrow's gonna be the same thing. You don't have to invent a new reason each day for practice. Isn't that what happens? Because your practice is based on intellectualized, right? So you come up with a good reason and you get 2 or 3 weeks of good, solid, consistent meditation in, and then shit. You know what I mean? That peters out, doubt overtakes you again, and now you gotta figure out another good reason to meditate. Then you run a little bit more, then doubt overtakes you again and again. Doubt is the absence of one's ability to see the truth. That's what doubt is. It's a form of ignorance. It's related to your ignorance, isn't it? You're bound to be saddled with doubt as long as you are ignorant and can't see things the way things are. If you see you're going to die, what is any doubt about that? I mean, how can you be confused about that? Mystified about it? Isn't that clear? So intelligent-based religion and spiritual practice is a whole nother level, right? Way beyond the fundamentalist level. This is here you got storefront religion. That's about it. 95% of all of the religion on the planet can be fit into this first 3 lower stages of motivation. You know, here you got the guys that is running the religions, the boss. You know what I mean? They're telling you what to believe in a way that makes sense to you. You see. Meditation. Meditation-based practice. By meditation, I mean you've actually had a taste. Ekarasa. You had a taste. See, because you got to get a taste. You got to get a taste of what your true nature is like. And once you get a taste, that becomes the basis of your practice. You moved out of that because you've had a taste. Now you had a little taste of it, right? But you got to get a taste. And the only way you get a taste is through meditation, you see. But you got a taste. You got a satori. A kinshu. You got a taste. Your mind got calm. You was able to use the mantra, because the function of a mantra is to calm the mind down, to still it, to get the mind still, to get it calm. Once it gets it calm, it awakens. It triggers and reverses the direction of consciousness from centrifugal to centripetal. Are you with me? Like what Menses did with the river Nile, turned that current around. Are you with me? You must turn the current of your consciousness around and stop it from going that way and bring it this way. The mantra does that. It gets it still enough, dams it up, you see, and turn that current around, right? And when that current turns around and starts heading back toward the heart center of your being, it expands your sense of self. It expands. As you get moved out, you become more than the body. Then you become more than the sensations in this body. Then you become more than your perception. You become more than your thoughts, more than your feelings, more than your attention, more than awareness. You become all of it. You follow me? That's what the mantra does. Hence the supreme importance placed on the mantra, right? But when you're just practicing out of ignorance, you don't even understand what a mantra does. So naturally, you are casual in your application of it. So you don't even understand what's going on. You follow what I'm saying? You're playing at it. And I'm not here to play with you. You want to play at being spiritual? We got churches for that. They specialize in playing at it. And will even bequeath a title and you call you saint. You know what I mean? Right? And tell you blessed. You know, we blessed. You follow me? You say you don't have to do nothing. Well, I'm not here to play that kind of game with you. You are in a terrible condition. Unless you get down to some business, you're gonna eventually have the inevitable experience of your death, and you're going to run into a pain and suffering that you cannot even imagine. And I'm not saying that just to scare you. That's the real deal. You can barely live. You know you can't handle death. You can't hardly handle life. How will you handle death? And the vicissitudes of life ain't nothing compared to what you're going to have to experience when your ego dissolves. So that's the function of the mantra. Now, when this vibration from the heart, this is a vibration moving out, right? As it moves out, it condenses, contraction occurs. This contraction occurs, and eventually on the end you get matter. Just like when energy contracting, condensing turns into matter, you all understand that. This is just basic science. So as this consciousness goes out here, but when it turns around and comes back this way, both of these movements produces a sound. All energy, the movement of energy produces a sound. The function of the mantra to get you to this sound. And this sound is like a current, and you just lay it. You hold your attention in it, and it just carries you back to the heart. So ultimately, methods are to get you to the point where you need no methods. Make a note. You're using a method, Simple, Budget, and Dion, so you can get to a point where you don't need any method, and you just flow. Does that help some, beloved? Now, finally, let's complete this and then say something about Samarani and get ready to close out. This next level is, because remember I said you had to get one taste, that's bliss, that akarasa, that bliss. Then once you get a taste of it, now your practice is based on the experience of bliss. That's a whole different thing now. Are you with me? Whole different thing. Practice requires no discipline whatsoever. You're running to the cushion. You run into every moment that you can withdraw your attention out of whatever is before you so that you can become reabsorbed in your bliss. You know what I mean? Sometimes you see on the wall when their eyes are trembling with bliss. They ain't high, they blissed out. You know what I mean? Those avahutas in India, blissed. Look just like a person that is on drug. They're not, you know what I mean? But it ain't cocaine in their system. It's the absorption in the heart center in the experience of this bliss. The essence of bliss is freedom. Because that's a part of your ultimate aim, isn't it? You're trying to be free. Fundamentally. Freedom generates peace of mind. Peace of mind is freedom. No more worries. You're done. No more desires. Nothing else needs to be done. Nothing needs to be fulfilled. You are always already fulfilled. You're always already happy. You're free. absolute free. Yes, beloved.
So, isn't this what, this level 7, isn't this what takes place when one experiences the temporary sexual excitation?
The temporary, this bliss,
Yeah.
when you get some temporary thing, no, that's, bliss is something different from the temporary thing. The temporary thing gives you release from suffering. You know, this ain't relief from suffering. You know what I mean? At this point, suffering and non-suffering are the same. Wow, wow, wow. What is that state of mind and consciousness whereby pain and pleasure are the same to you? That you have no preference for one another? Who can describe that? Free. No need to run from nothing painful no more. Free. No need to run myself crazy trying to get a pleasure. Free. Able to be. Able to accept life as life is. It's all right for anything to happen, anytime, anywhere. Fearless. Standing free. That ain't pleasure, beloved. That's bliss. That's Ananda. And at this level it's Mahananda, the great bliss. That's what you want. That's really secretly what you're seeking. You're trying to be absolutely and utterly fulfilled. That's what you're seeking. You are involved frantically in the search for this anuttara, this condition of absolute and utter complete satisfaction. Your life as it is incomplete. See, that's why you're always up to something, right? Because it's not complete. You got to do something else. Then you do that something, then you got to do something else. You're trying to complete something. And what you're trying to do is to complete something so that you can feel finished. But you never get finished. Your experience of being finished never lasts more than a fleeting second. Because as soon as you think you're finished, the man says, now that I got this car, now I need to get me a bigger garage or a bigger house. Oh, I got that. Now I need to, you see, you are never finished. And it just don't wore you out. And you got paid. Never finished. You know what I mean? Never done. All together done. Never ever feeling good enough. You don't never feel good enough. Ever. Give you some knowledge. I want just a little bit more. Just a little bit more pizza. Just a little bit more. You are never having the experience of enoughness. That's what drives you. So, I wanted you today to get a basic sense of some of the things you need to consider if you are to really give yourself a chance at fulfilling your spiritual goals. One last thing, and of course Ronnie petitioned about that. You were talking about different depths of awareness and all that. Some of that I've answered already. But there's another interesting thing I want to say about the practice of concentration. Remember this, the more attention you can concentrate on a thing, the deeper reality of that thing becomes available to you. Now, let me take you slowly, and we have to save this for another time. You can have the gross experience of a thing. You can have the subtle experience of a thing. You can have the causal experience. And even a non-dual, but I'm going to stop there. So if I'm able to, because if you notice how your mind works, usually your mind jumps from A to B to C to D. It's just jumping. From one thing to another thing to another thing to another thing. One of the functions of Simran, the purpose of meditation, is to change that behavior. And instead of your mind jumping from A to B, it jumps from A to A prime and give you a deeper insight into it. Instead of it jumping to C, it goes to another level of depth. All right? Until it reveals the reality of a thing. And then finally, you see things as things really are. But that requires you being able to focus your attention and hold it there on the thing and penetrate it. We call that penetrating insight. And that's what meditation gives you. It gives you the ability to penetrate. Because he has a gross level of his reality. At the level of his body, I can come away from him and reach all kinds of conclusions based on just my experience of his body, his race, his gender, blah, blah, blah. Or I can go deeper, penetrate, and feel his psychology, right? I can go deeper. Follow what I'm saying? And feel him at the aesthetic level. Go deeper, 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 deeper until I feel him as God. And then I back down. You see, we do it as a gesture. The saints did it as an expression of realization. Hey, God. Hey, God. And their behavior will reflect their recognition of him as God. Not, hey, man, and they cuss you out. Like we do. I shake them. Nah, I got something. I got a grievance with you. Let's get your ass back. What is that? You follow what I'm saying? So do that help you? That's just a real quick summary. You got it? All right. So you want to go deeper, deeper. I think, folks, we're just about out of time. We may have. What is on there below? 5 minutes. All right, we got 5 minutes. So if there's anything else to say about it, if not, we'll get ready for Prashad. Admittedly, I have not exhausted all of it, but I did want to have this opportunity to share a few things with you. For no other reason, it gives you something to talk about during your cooler meeting. I know you're getting tired of talking about this same old stuff, so maybe you can figure out something new based on these arguments today. But more than anything, those of you who have been graced with the impulse to seek God realization, and remember that's grace. You're on the path, you're seeking God realization because grace came into you. That's not a result of any kind of logical thinking you've done. Are you with me? It's just a sign that you have been the recipient of grace. And this grace has moved into you. And this grace will begin to expand your consciousness, you see. Ultimately, grace gets the work done, not the ego, you see. But you must be able to open up your heart and let this grace have its way with you. Are you with me? So since you have this grace, you must make right use of it. Do your practices full of understanding. Not inventing a reason to practice each morning. You see, be done with all of that. Understand it. And let your reason for practice become fixed and absolute for all time, you see. And get down to business here. This opportunity of this precious human body will not be here forever, you see. Make right use of it. Recover your experience of being divine. And it will change your whole experience. Not only this life, all lifetimes that you may encounter in the future. Some magnificent thing. So I think we have Prashad here, so that just in case you didn't get anything. Yes, Brother. Mr. Singh, one more hand. Yes, Brother Black.
I have a question about the ego, to see if I'm getting a proper understanding of what you're saying. My understanding of what you're saying about the ego is that it has to be like murdered, destroyed,
expanded.
Expand the ego?
Yeah.
Transcend the ego?
Transcended.
That means like
unfolded. You see, it's contracted, you know. It's like a seed. And when we put a seed in the ground, the seed has the potential of the tree. A banyan tree is located in a banyan seed. An oak tree is in an oak seed. And that seed, however, has to be cultivated. It has to die in that soil to release its potential to become an oak tree. So in that sense, you have to let go of being a body to become more than your body. Are you with me? And that way you're removing all of these false notions about your true nature. So in that sense, That's what we mean when we say that the ego has to be dropped. But it's always dropping the lower ego for the next level, the most ultimate level of ego, where ego means the feeling that I am, is the feeling that I am God. Hence the ancient African ancestors, you know, beloved, when they will reach that highest state of awareness, they would exclaim, Anukasa. You see, the Brahmins would say, Aham Brahmasya. You see, the Muslim, Anahak. You see, I am God. You see, Siva Brahma. I'm God. Now that's considered to be blasphemous to the ego bound individual. Follow what I'm saying? But that is the experience. What they're communicating is their experience. Like you said, I am a black man. The sage said, I am God. I'm a God. You see? But they're saying it out of the same genuineness of their own personal experience, just like you have an experience of being a black man. The Buddha is having an experience of being the divine. The exclamation that I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm black, I'm white, is made from a level of experience of the self that is not very developed. That's the ego that must be transcended. Are you following me? So however you answer the question, who am I, I'm going to tell you where you at. All right? You're going to act it out, because your mouth will say one thing, but your actions are not going to line up. Your actions are always telling and answering the question who you think you are. Mumi over there, let's play number 9.
9.
You come to us from another world, from beyond the stars and the void of space, transcendent, pure, of unimaginable beauty, bringing the beauty of you transform all who are touched by you. Mundane concerns, troubles, and sorrows dissolve in bringing joy to ruler and ruled, heavy and king. You bewilder us with your grace. All evils transform into goodness. You are the master of alchemy, the light, the fire of love, in earth and sky, in heart and soul of every being. Through your loving, existence and non-existence merge. All opposites unite. All that is profane becomes sacred again.
My heart is on fire.
murmuring and suspended me there. I saw how my heart had fallen on your bar, singing the song. Between my love and my heart, things were happening. It slowly, slowly made me recall everything. You allowed me with your touch, although I can't see your hand. You have kissed me with tenderness, although I haven't seen your lips. You are hidden from me, but it is you who keeps me alive. Perhaps the time will come when you will tire of kisses. I shall be happy